Hey there, and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of California versus Carlos Dominguez. We are into day 9, thinking that the state is going to rest today. They have our, 50. They've called 51 witnesses. They've had a lot of recalls. They've recalled quite a few people. So we're hoping that they're gonna end their case in chief today, and that the defense will get a chance to talk. Oops, sorry about that. So before we get started, I found something that I want to play for you guys. Just a little something before. Let's check this out. It was the news clip. So let's check this out. Let's see who's with us today. Christine Fortunato, first in chat. Hey, Brat, good to see you. Fala is going to lunch. No problemo. Therapist, hello to you. Alice. Brenda, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Only fan. And Ruby, how are you? We are doing very well today. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to play a little news clip of the compassion guy, which would be David Breaux. So just to get us started while we wait for the, hold on a sec, while we wait for the trial to start. Okay, let's check this out. Just a little something, something to get us started.
We have just learned the name of the man murdered at Central Park in Davis. The victim is 50-year-old David Breaux, known around town as the Compassion Guy. Investigators say it was a violent attack, and the victim suffered multiple stab wounds. Thanks for joining us here at 4 Lots to Get To. I'm Tony Lopez. Still no arrest in this case. CBS 13's Tori Abadaka is live in Davis with what we're learning about the victim. Tori.
Yeah, definitely a lot of heavy hearts in this community right now, learning about the death of David Breaux. And now you can see that growing memorial at the very place that he used to sit and talk and have conversations with people all about compassion. You can see these flowers that have been laid down, a photo of him, and even a clipboard asking, what is compassion? As people are leaving their notes, as David has really made an impact on all of the people here. The city of Davis says that David was instrumental in the creation and organization of this compassion bench in 2013. He also published a book of anonymous collected writings of community members on the very subject. One woman who knew him tells me that David was a beloved and permanent fixture that everyone stopped and talked with. So how does a man who preached compassion day in and day out die in such a brutal way? Stabbed to death at Central Park, just across the street from his compassion bench. These are the questions the community doesn't understand.
I remember he would sit on or stand by this bench before it was in the sculpture of a bench and have conversations and just spread compassion and being a listening ear in our city.
For the bench, picture from here.
And back out here live, you can just see all of the collections as people are leaving them, and actually a woman I'm speaking to right now showing me that very book that I was just talking about. And what can you tell us about David?
I can't tell you very much except that I cannot imagine anybody wanting to kill him. It just seems, I'm so struck. I just had to come on my way back from an appointment, and I wanted to bring some flowers and just say that I'm sure everybody in town just is very much hurting. It's impossible to think that who could have wanted to harm him. And so I can't wrap my brain around it. It's just an imperfect world we live in.
Yeah, thanks.
So upsetting.
Thank you for sharing, and just a perfect example of just how this community is really hurting right now as they're just trying to reconcile the fact that David is now gone.
Yeah, real-time reaction. Such a sad and ironic way to end a peaceful life. Tori, thank you. We'll have more throughout the night on this.
So that's a little bit of the compassion guy, David. All right, here's another little thing while we wait. A little backstory on. So this is his sister talking, and we saw her
tonight.
We saw her testify. So let's see what she has to say here.
Tonight, forgiveness, compassion, and a conversation as we hear from the family of one of the Davis stabbing victims for the first time. David Breaux. Notice the compassion guy was the first victim in that series of stabbings, now linked to a former UC Davis student.
His sister was in court today when Carlos Dominguez admitted he was guilty. Here's CBS 13's Madison Keevy.
I forgave him as soon as my brother, probably the same day that I found out about my brother, I knew that I had to forgive because without even knowing who the person was.
Maria Breaux is David's older sister.
Older by 4 years and 2 months.
Her brother, pictured here on uncle duty, found his purpose as the compassion guy more than a decade ago. He spoke openly about compassion, and it wasn't always met with kindness. A few years ago, David was threatened and sent his sister a message she's put into action now.
He told me by Facebook Messenger in 2016, if I'm ever harmed and unable to speak for myself, forgive the perpetrator and help others forgive that person.
She thought about it again Tuesday when Carlos Dominguez apologized and admitted he did it. With forgiveness, she hopes a conversation with the Dominguez family may be possible.
And we're strangers that have been brought together by this common event. And it'll be them kind of understanding the impact and me understanding the impact on them.
All right, I have one more thing to play because I have yet to find anything on Karim, but he definitely has stuff out there. So let's check out. Let's investigate a little bit about Karim. He was the second victim, if you will, second person to be stabbed, and unfortunately, he lost his life as well. So let's check this out.
To be honest with you, I mean, the words are just really hard to come by, and as his family is trying to grapple with this and what happened, one thing he did say is that he is just so grateful for the community who is showing up for the family, and we're seeing that happen here at this park. Now you can see a few folks gathered here laying out a memorial and honoring his son. Now their son was murdered here at this park, where search and rescue crews tell me they're looking for any evidence that could help detectives. This happened just minutes away from their family home. Karim's father tells me he was about to graduate and already had 2 job offers lined up.
We moved from Lebanon in 2018 when the situation in Lebanon was a little bit starting to go in not the right direction, and we came here hoping for safety.
To build a new life in Davis for his wife, young daughter, and son, 20-year-old Karim Abou Najm.
Karim wanted to do computer science, so he joined UC Davis, and he was just 6 weeks away from graduating. This was his last quarter. He was so proud and so happy and so thankful. He said, "Thanks, Mom and Dad, you paid all my tuition, you didn't
Majdi Abou Najm and his family are now left with grief in a time that should have been full of celebration. Their son was identified as the UC Davis student who was stabbed and killed at Sycamore Park Saturday night when he was on his way home from an undergraduate awards ceremony. The second violent crime like this for the city in just a matter of days.
It is overwhelming.
The Abou Najm family doesn't know who did this to their son or why. As they grapple with grief and questions, they do have this message for the community.
We should all stay vigilant, help the police department in stopping what the killer and you know, we don't wish this to happen to another family here in Davis.
And back out here live looking at this memorial, this family is just beyond incredible. In their time of grief, they're already thinking about others. In fact, right now they say that they're already trying to work on creating a scholarship in their son's name. They want to make that reality. His legacy is cemented with UC Davis, and they say they want to work with the school on that. For now, we're live in Davis. Brittany Hope, KCRA 3 News.
All right, so that's a little clip about Karim. So seemed like a really nice kid, nice family, you know. So just to give you a little backstory, a little history on the people, the victims. We also we do our best not to forget. You know, it's so easy to remember who's on trial, but don't forget the people that, you know, why that person is on trial. Yeah, OnlyFan, I agree. Couldn't have picked 3 more beautiful people. Yep. And it's funny, like, David was vulnerable because he was sleeping. Kimberlee was vulnerable because she's in a tent. Karim was just biking his way through a park at night. You know? I guess that's vulnerable, you know? It's nothing I wouldn't do. I mean, if I was 20, I'd be biking, you know, I biked around all over the place, you know? It's just like, you just never, it's the last thing you think about, that you're going to get jumped, you know? Hey, Irish Amy, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. Hope your day is going well. And we are waiting for the feed to start. We're into day 9. They have a half a day tomorrow. Today is a full day. We're expecting the state to rest. I thought I heard them say 50 witnesses, and they're actually up to 53. So when we left off, it was the demotion of that sergeant. Remember Sergeant Stephen Ramos? He was under cross. And he was demoted because of his wife and a canine. Here we go. There was a situation with a canine attacking somebody. So apparently he got demoted for that. All right, so we have a feed. Let me pull this up. Okay, here we go. Wow, that's going to be annoying, you guys. Not happy about that. I don't know how I can fix that. That's going to be tough. All right, let me see what I can do. Yeah, that's going to be tough. All right. Audio alert. Let's just see. Maybe it'll kick in. I can't really do anything about that. Compression, noise gate. I mean, that is what it is. So let's just see what happens. Maybe it'll go away. Watch your ears. Watch your ears.
Somebody disclosed it outside of the agency, then that would be improper disclosure of private confidential information. But if the public agency itself is disclosing it, then that's the end of the story with respect to that. And is that your representation, that this is somehow information that would have been gleaned or received from the police agency?
Yes, I have more information on that, Your Honor. Yesterday, I also indicated through an investigation, we spoke to a person who was present at the scene of the dog bite incident, did not receive any personnel information, just personal observations. After court, I became aware, and it's been marked for the court as a court exhibit, the City of Davis released in March of 2023 an independent police auditor review of canine SWAT case. This is prepared by the OIR group. It is a 10-page document. It is available online. It details all the circumstances of the event, all the reasons Sergeant Ramos was demoted, all the reasons why his wife, the canine officer, was demoted. Now, the report indicates that his wife was, of the many reasons that she received significant discipline, was her failure to fully document the incident in her own incident report and the department's required use of force report. Now, I would like to question Sergeant Ramos about what role he played in reviewing his wife's report or drafting of the report. It's a fine distinction to say, well, I didn't falsify a report, but my wife, who I was supervising, did. That being said, I don't intend to go into this issue further on cross-examination, but the reasons for the demotion are not confidential. They are public record on page 5 of this report, released by the City of Davis, available online. Although it doesn't identify Sergeant Ramos by name, only him as the supervisor and his wife as a canine officer, there is only 2 people at the Davis Police Department who were married at the time, one who was a canine officer and one who was a supervisor. This is public information, and with that I'll submit.
Okay, it matters. I'm done with the matter. And so we're no further questioning regarding this, and I've stated my reasons for the ruling. Okay, I appreciate that. And we have, I am a little, I don't need to revisit it. Maybe I could have a conversation off the record regarding Brady. I still don't understand how this happened, but in any event, we're done with it, and I think that's the right outcome. Well, I know it is. I just made the ruling. So that's where we're at. Okay, Mr. DeMoro, what else do we need to do? We got witnesses lined up. We're going to start with Sergeant Ramos.
Yes, there's one witness that I had come at 9:30. It's here in the hallway, so I'm just going to periodically check or have someone check. But okay. Sergeant Ramos will be back.
And I'm on cross right now.
Yeah, we have. How much more cross do you have?
Less than 20 minutes.
Okay, and then who do we have after that?
We have Tiffany Johnson or Tiffany Hodges. She was going to be next. Actually, Guillory, she was supposed to come at 1:30, but she's not here today, this morning. So they may call. She'll be lost civilian. And Officer Story, Officer Gonzalez, and just law enforcement officers the rest of the day.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Moore. I appreciate it. Okay, we're running a few minutes late, and so let's go ahead and get the jury. We'll do a traditional oath. Thank you, folks. Yep, off the record.
Yeah, I want to think it was the report. It's more about the report that he may have falsified something in the report. So that's why I think the defense is going, well, if you falsified that, were you falsifying this? If you falsify that, what else are you falsifying? I think that's what he's going for. And of course, you got to go for anything, everything and anything, so I think that's what he's going for. So, hey, Nan, how are you? I think that's because he said that at the beginning of yesterday, did you falsify the report? So I think that's what he's going for. But judge is like, I'm done with this matter. No further questioning. So it's on the record. Judge is like, yep, nope. And that seems to be going around a lot, right? I'm done with this. So anyway, they're coming back soon.
Yes, case CR 2023-1391, and we have all counsel present at the parties. We have 17 members of our jury present, and we have Sergeant Stephen Ramos on the witness stand. And I want to say good morning to the jury and thank you for your patience. We were working on something and just had a short delay. So we're ready for a full day of evidence today. And I want to say good morning to Sergeant Ramos and thank you for returning, sir. Good morning. Okay, and so we were on cross-examination. Do we need Mr. DeMora here? He just stepped out for a second.
He's just checking whether my net's up.
You got it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. So, Mr. Hutchinson, then we're on cross-examination. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Sir, was there a detective within the detective unit who was assigned to be the, quote, lead detective in this investigation?
On the morning of the 2nd, I believe Lieutenant Munoz designated Sergeant Bestbridge to be the case lead.
Sergeant Bestbridge, she was the supervisor of the detective unit?
Yes.
Under Sergeant Bestbridge, was there any other order of priority, such as second in command, third in command, or was it all basically a team effort after her?
It had changed. Initially, detectives were assigned specific cases, and then on the 2nd, it was all basically merged into one team effort within the unit.
Can I have 1 second? Judge, sorry, my computer kicked off. 1 second, sorry.
point, was there any detective within the unit who was designated as the lead detective or who had the primary responsibility for investigating this case?
Initially, different detectives were assigned to 3 different scenes as the lead. Once the cases, it was all determined that they were all similar or the same, then the assignments were split back up into different aspects of the case, with Sergeant Vestige being the case lead.
On May 3rd, before Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested, what was your assignment?
On May 3rd, I was still in charge of whatever I had already done. An autopsy was one, the video collection and I guess analysis, for lack of a better term, statements, things of that nature.
So yesterday, you were shown multiple video clips.
Yes.
There were some video clips, such as the surveillance from 320 K Street, where you can only identify a silhouette.
Correct.
There were other video clips where it was clearly Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
And there were other video clips where you couldn't clearly see that it was Mr. Reales Dominguez, but based on what you could tell, it strongly appeared to be him.
I would say there are similarities, but yes.
And you reviewed all of those video clips?
Yes.
Now, you did not review the video clips from the UC Davis surveillance?
No.
But based on your review, are there any other clips that weren't shown to you yesterday that either showed Mr. Reales Dominguez or potentially showed Mr. Reales Dominguez that you are aware of?
Not. There was one other clip that I do recall viewing from, I believe it was a home surveillance camera from Sycamore area, but that wasn't shown yesterday.
Was that booked in evidence?
Yes.
And that was surveillance before, let me back up, was that surveillance from Dr. Matt Massey, the person who found Karim Abou Najm in Sycamore Park?
Yes.
We've seen that. Was there any other surveillance other than that in the UC Davis that you're aware of that potentially showed or did show Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Not that I viewed.
Prior to May, back up. Prior to Mr. Reales Dominguez's arrest on May 3rd, Davis Police Department had obtained and viewed some of the surveillance we saw yesterday.
Yes.
So you had a description of the individual?
Yes.
You knew that it was a man with longer dark hair?
Correct.
Who was wearing a black hoodie?
I believe so.
And who was wearing black athletic shorts? Black athletic pants or sweats?
Yes.
And you could tell that they were Adidas pants or sweats because they had the distinct lines going down the pant leg.
Yes.
And this description was released to the public.
I'm not exactly sure which descriptions were released and at what time they were released.
A description prior to Mr. Reales Dominguez being arrested was a description of the individual who was seen on video released to the public.
A description was released, yes.
Were any still shots released, or was it only the description?
I don't know.
And at the time this information was released, at that point, you did not have a name to put with the individual that you saw in the videos.
Correct.
You had never met Carlos Reales Dominguez prior to that date?
No.
You'd never seen a picture of Carlos Reales Dominguez prior to that date?
Nothing other than the surveillance, which we already discussed.
By picture, I mean, this is a photo, this is Carlos Reales Dominguez, nothing like that?
No.
And then on May 3rd, you became aware that a person had been detained near the area of Sycamore Park by Davis law enforcement officers.
Yes.
You did not respond to that location yourself.
No.
You were at the Davis Police Department.
Correct.
And at some point, you became aware that Detective Muscardini was transporting Mr. Reales Dominguez to the Davis Police Department in the back of a patrol vehicle.
Yes.
And you met Mr. Reales Dominguez for the first time when Detective Muscardini's car pulled into the sally port.
They pulled into the back parking lot, but yes, that was the first time.
You went to the back of the patrol vehicle?
Yes.
You opened the door?
I may have, or Sergeant Muscardini may have, but one of us did.
But you recall standing at the back door of the patrol vehicle, looking at Carlos Reales Dominguez as he was sitting in the back of the patrol car?
Yes.
That was the first time you saw him?
Yes.
And you noticed he was wearing a black hoodie?
Yes.
You noticed he was wearing the black Adidas athletic pants?
Yes.
You noticed those pants had the same white stripe all the way down?
Yes.
Other than the fact that he was wearing black slides instead of white Crocs, he appeared to be wearing the exact same clothing on May 3rd that you saw in the surveillance the night of May 1st.
Yes.
And after speaking to him briefly in the back of a patrol car, you escorted him to an interview room.
Yes.
And he was, when he entered that interview room, he would remain in that room without leaving for approximately the next 7 hours.
Approximately, yes.
And during that approximately 7 hours, you and Detective Matt Muscardini spent about approximately 5.5 of those hours in that interview room looking at Mr. Reales Dominguez, asking him questions.
Yes.
And this entire encounter, the entire 7 hours that he was in that interview room, that was captured on a surveillance camera that records audio and video.
Yes.
And after that 7 hours was done, that recording was preserved.
Correct.
Okay. And the Davis Police Department still has that recording.
I would assume so.
And that recording was provided to the Yolo County District Attorney's Office.
Yes.
In addition to having that recording, you and Detective Matt Muscardini had your body cameras running during this time.
Yes.
So that would record the interaction from a different angle than the cameras in the interview room.
Potentially.
And you downloaded your body camera recording after that interview was complete.
I think we went through 2 or 3 different body-worn cameras as they were ran out of batteries, put them back on the docking station, and so it wasn't one the entire time, but there's always one going, I believe.
And during this approximately 7 hours that he was in the interview room, for the vast majority of that time, you and Detective Muscardini were in there together.
Yes.
There were times when he left and it was just you and Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
There were times when you left and it was just him?
Yes.
And in this interview room, are others available or able to watch through either a two-way mirror or a recording system?
Yes.
Which how are they able to watch?
There is a two-way mirror, and there is the ability to watch through basically live the surveillance cameras inside.
So on the occasions when you left, who was watching this interview through the two-way mirrors that you recall?
Objection. That's not a question that exceeds the scope.
Well, it does. So,
all right. So I'll focus in on what you observed, because you indicated you identified Mr. Dominguez in videos while you were looking at him in that interview. In addition to noticing that he was wearing the exact same clothes as he was on May 1st, you noticed there was visible blood on his hoodie.
Yes.
That was clear to you.
It appeared to be blood.
And you were in the room where Detective Muscardini pointed that out to Mr. Dominguez.
I believe so, yes.
That there's blood right there.
I believe so.
And after that interview after approximately 5.5 hours of the interview, you advised Mr. Dominguez he was under arrest for murder?
Yes.
For the last hour and a half, that's when Detective Torres, or then Officer Torres, went in.
Objection. It exceeds the scope.
It's based on observation, Judge.
okay. Breaux.
I couldn't tell you the time, but after we had concluded, then Officer Torres took over with for evidence collection.
And did you watch Officer Torres engage in that evidence collection?
No.
At the very end, before Mr. Dominguez was transported to Guillory County Jail, you and Detective Muscardini went back in for a short period of time at the end of the 7 hours?
I believe so.
So it'd be fair to say during the 7 hours, you got a very good opportunity to observe Carlos Dominguez.
For that time, yes.
And prior to today, the last time you saw him in person, not in the media, but in person, was when you testified, prior to yesterday, excuse me. Prior to yesterday, the last time you observed him in person was when you testified at a preliminary examination.
Correct.
And that was in, I believe, February of 2024?
It sounds about right.
It was, the preliminary examination was after Mr. Dominguez had returned from Atascadero State Hospital.
I don't know where he was.
It was after he had returned to Guillory County Jail from some location.
Yes.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was cross. Mr. Vanderhook, any redirect? Okay.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
On cross-examination, there was a bunch of questions about time marked on your report and when your report was authored and when you finished your report and those things. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so at the top of your report, it's got a date and time before you write anything in your report. You remember that portion of your report where you write the date and time?
Yes.
What is the significance of writing that date and time, that May 2nd, and I think the testimony was that it was 3:04 or something like that in the morning?
Yes. The point is whatever activities are happening in that document, that's when they start, the date, the time, the day of the week. In that particular scenario was at 3 o'clock in the morning is when I began speaking to the individuals.
So that time marks when the events in the report start, but not when you actually start typing the report.
Yes.
And so that 3:04 a.m. doesn't actually indicate that anyone was cleared at 3:04 a.m.
Correct.
Let me ask you this. On May 1st, at about 11:30 p.m., were you even on duty?
No.
Where were you?
At home.
And how is it that you then got to being at home at 11:30 p.m. on May 1st to then doing work at 3:04 a.m. on May 2nd?
When the third incident occurred, I was called in.
Right. And so you got a call in the middle of the night?
Yes.
And is it part of your job as a detective to come in when you get those calls?
Yes.
And is that what happened there?
Yes.
When you first came in from being at home, did you start interviewing people right away, or what did you work on first?
When I first came in, I went to the command post. It was assigned to help search. They still had a perimeter up. We were still actively searching for the potential suspect. So I assisted other officers, other agencies, searching yard to yard, house to house.
Right. And what happened next after you were done with assisting with searches?
Then I went back to the crime scene.
Right. And is that when you started interviewing people?
Yes.
And so is that 3:04 time that was discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And then there was also discussion about the date on the bottom of your report. Do you remember that discussion during cross-examination?
Yes.
Is that date on the bottom, does that indicate that's the date that you submitted your report?
No.
What does that date actually show?
That date indicates, it auto-populates when you open a supplement or open a narrative.
Okay, so what do you mean, what does it mean to open a supplement or a narrative?
So when you open our report writing system, you go into a particular case, you select what you're going to do. For this example, I was writing a supplemental report, so I clicked the Add Supplement tab, and it opens a blank narrative for me to start writing.
So that date on the bottom then indicates when you started writing the report.
That indicates when I opened the supplement.
Okay. And so since you opened it then, it's likely that you started soon after opening it.
Yes.
And the date, so that date on the bottom that you opened it, what was that date?
I believe it was May 2nd.
All right. And then does that mean that that's the same date that you finished the report?
No.
After you do finish your report, is your report approved by a supervisor?
Yes.
And did that process happen in this case?
Yes.
So when your report is being approved by a supervisor, is it then finished by you at the time that it's being reviewed by the supervisor?
In order for the supervisor review to occur, the report has to be completed, which means I would have finished the report and it would have gone to the supervisor.
And is your report marked with a date that it went through supervisor approval?
It's marked when the supervisor approves it, then that date is auto-populated.
And so your report, what date is it marked as the approval date?
I believe it was May 24th, I believe.
We're referring to your report refresh your memory?
Yes.
With the court's permission?
Okay. Yes, May 24th.
So from the time you opened the report to the time where it was finished and then approved by a supervisor was actually 22 days, not 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Correct.
Right. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. That's a pretty narrow redirect. Nothing, Mr. Hunt? Okay, well, briefly.
So, assuming that Detective Russell spoke to Khalid Siddiqui on May 3rd, okay, can you assume that fact? What date did you write that Mr. Siddiqui has been cleared?
I don't know.
But if Sergeant Bespich approved your report on May 24th, that means Mr. Siddiqui was cleared sometime between May 3rd and May 24th.
Yes.
And the May 24th date is the date that Sergeant Bestfitch approved the report.
Yes.
It does not mean that's the date you sent it to her for approval.
Correct.
And as you sit here today, you don't know what date you sent your report to Sergeant Bestfitch for approval.
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Nothing. All right, we're done. Thank you. Sergeant Ramos, thank you for your testimony, and have a good day, sir. Thank you. Okay, Mr. DeMora.
People call Tiffany Hodges.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Hodges. Good morning. Come on in and stand here at the podium for me. Thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath. After you take the oath, then I want you to have a seat in the witness stand. We have 2 lawyers to ask questions.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the truth you're about to give in the cause now being for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Tiffany Hodgins, Tiffany Hodgins.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hodgins. I missed the end, so I'm sorry about that. I've got it now. Thank you. All right, you're comfortable?
Yes.
All right. Mr. DeMora.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Direct.
Good morning, Ms. Hodgins.
Good morning.
Ms. Hodgins, you live in the city of Davis.
I do.
And on April 29th, 2023, were you also living in the city of Davis?
I was.
Without giving us your address, what street were you living on at that time?
Brown Drive.
This Brown Drive back up. Behind it is Sycamore Park.
Correct.
And sort of the location of your house on that day, are you familiar with the bike path that leads into the north side of Sycamore Park?
I am.
How close would you say your backyard is to that entrance?
My backyard fence is parallel with that bike path, and I'm terrible with distance, so maybe 20 or 30 feet from it.
Now, if you were to go into your backyard at night, back in 2023, was there a lot of light coming from the park into your backyard?
No.
Were any of the lights that were on the bike path, along that north bike path in Sycamore Park, were any of them directly behind your fence or?
I couldn't tell you.
If you went outside after 9 p.m. back in late April of 2023, or even now currently, and you didn't turn on your own house lights, what was the visibility like?
In my backyard, there's, and actually all along that bike path, there are privet hedges that are pretty high, so they would block most of the light that would come from the lights illuminating the bike path. That's since been cleaned up a little bit. I would say that it's still pretty dark.
If you were to go along your fence line, were you, in April of 2023, were you able to see through it into the park?
Yes.
And so, going back to April 29th of 2023, do you remember something that happened in the late evening after 9 p.m.?
I do.
Where were you?
On our living room couch, which is the room closest to our backyard.
And you're saying our, who are you referring to?
My daughters and mine.
And what were you doing?
Watching a movie.
Did you have your back door open or closed?
Open.
Now I take it, watching a movie, you're getting the noise from the TV, obviously. Was there anything else that you could hear at that time?
Yeah. As I said, we were watching a movie and we heard someone say from outside, "Help me, help me, help me."
When you heard this, you said it was "help me, help me, help me." How loud were these calls for help?
Not very loud. It prompted us to stop the movie. It sounded weird, but it sounded muted almost. But they were not loud, so we stopped the movie to get rid of excess noise and kind of perked our ears up, I guess.
What was weird about it?
It just sounded, like I said, it sounded muted. It was, and I'm looking at this in hindsight, obviously, but it didn't sound like something that somebody, whose life was in danger. It sounded, we couldn't tell whether this was something real or kids running through the park screaming. We get, it's a park, so we get a lot of screaming and stuff.
Understandable, but enough for you to turn off the movie and listen.
Yeah, there was just something about it. I wish I could be more. The sound in my head is very clear, but it was just kind of this very fast, help me, help me, help me, help me, and kind of breathless almost, but not as loud as I would have expected given where the events occurred.
When you turned off the TV, were you able to hear anything else?
So we turned off the TV, kind of paused, listened for other noise, and then walked to our backslider, which, as I previously mentioned, was open, stood at the screen and kind of kept listening. And we heard a bunch of thuds, repetitive thuds, that sounded, that's exactly like somebody pounding on their chest. At the time, my daughter remarked it sounded like somebody was getting their butt kicked.
How many, when you were pounding on your chest, do you remember how many times you heard that thud?
I don't, but it was quite a few.
Could you see through your fence at that point?
We were still in the house. After that, after my daughter said that, I thought, if there is something like that happening, I want to go check it out. So I went into the backyard, looked through the fence. Oh, and we heard a bike chain rattling, and kind of sounding like it was moving away. So I went to the fence, I looked through, and that's when I saw Matt, who I didn't know at the time, standing on the hill. Oh, sorry, can I back up?
Yeah, let me pause you for just a second.
Yep.
So we'll get back to that in just a second. But I want to ask you some follow-up questions about what you said. So after you heard the thuds, you said you heard a bike rattling, like it was moving away. What was the sequence? You heard the thuds and then immediately the bike chain, or the bike?
No, so we heard the thuds, and then we heard a voice say something like, "Hey, are you okay?" or "Hey, do you need help?" And that was kind of coming from our left, which would have been the direction of Sycamore Lane. And then we heard the movement of the bike. And that was the end of the auditory stuff that we experienced.
So you heard the voice of, "Hey, do you need help?" coming from the left in Sycamore. When you heard the bike, what you suspected to be the bike, which direction did you hear the noise going?
I thought it was going the opposite way, back towards Sycamore. I remember being confused about which way the bike was going, and I don't remember which way I thought it was going at the time.
There was a lot going on that you're trying to process.
There's a lot going on, yeah.
All right, just to step back for a second, you had mentioned you had heard Matt, are you referring to Matt Masters?
Yes.
Okay, so once you heard the bike moving away, what did you hear, observe, or do?
So at that point, that's when I walked towards my fence, looked through, and saw Dr. Massey on the phone. So there's a hill kind of just opposite, on the other side of the bike path from our house. So I saw him standing, talking to somebody on the phone with his phone flashlight on. And that just seemed odd. So I decided I should go check it out. It looked like to me that someone might need help.
Now, in terms of timing, from when you heard that initial cry for help to what you just described, seeing Dr. Massey, about how much time passed?
It seemed like a long time, but it was probably 3 or 4 minutes.
And eventually you went over to where Dr. Massey was, correct?
Right. I was barefoot. I went and put shoes on and walked around to the entrance of the bike path and saw Dr. Massey performing CPR, and so I started running and asked if he needed help.
Did you see the individual he was performing CPR on?
I did.
And was that an individual you later learned to be Karim Abou Najm?
Correct.
All right, may I approach?
Okay.
You may pause it. I'm just going to show you people with Exhibit 17, the screenshot. And pause it 453. Is that you off to the right?
That's me.
And is that you from April 29th of 2023 when you went to Sycamore Park?
It is.
When you got to Sycamore Park, other than Dr. Massey and Mr. Abou Najm, did you see anyone else in that area before police and medical personnel arrived? Did you see any bikes or people on bikes in that area?
No.
Did you try to speak with Mr. Abou Najm when you went to assist Dr. Massey?
I did not.
And at no point during the time you were trying to assist Mr. Abou Najm and Dr. Massey, did Mr. Abou Najm respond to those efforts?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeMora. That was direct. Mr. Hudson, cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here this morning. I'd like to show you an exhibit. That's Exhibit D. as a satellite view of the Sycamore Park neighborhood?
Yes.
Can you pull the mic? Thanks, Councilman.
You recognize this as a satellite view of the Sycamore Park neighborhood?
Yes.
You indicated you live on Brown Street.
Correct.
Where my cursor is right here, directly north of Sycamore Park would be Brown Street.
Brown Drive, correct.
Brown Drive, I apologize. Don't reveal your address, but can you tell us which house is yours on this satellite, or which house are you living in April 2023?
The house on the corner.
So, where the little cursor right here, that is your house?
Correct.
You were in the living room, you said, watching a movie?
Correct.
Is the living room the room where the sliding door goes into the backyard?
Yes.
Where is the couch in relation to the sliding door? So if we were to be in your backyard and walk into your living room from the sliding door, where is the couch?
About 10 feet away from the sliding door. We have 2 sliding doors on that wall that were both open.
And is the couch facing away from the sliding door, or is it facing toward the sliding door?
It's facing my backyard, so towards the sliding door.
Where is the television in relation to the sliding door?
Right next to the door, so facing the couch.
So if you're sitting on your couch watching television, you are facing the sliding door?
Correct.
So you are facing south?
Yes.
And you had the sliding door open?
Yes.
Both sliding doors open, or just one? And both of those sliding doors are on the wall that faces south?
Correct.
Do you recall the movie you were watching?
Animal House.
How old are the kids?
Old enough. She finished her freshman year in college.
The fact that there are people who have not seen Animal House is surprising. So you're an excellent mother. But so you're watching Animal House, obviously a comedy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So did your daughter think it was funny?
She did.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were only watching with one of your daughters at this time?
I only have one.
Okay. I apologize. I just said 2 daughters. And that's, at some point you hear the help me, help me, help me.
Yes.
And when you heard it, it wasn't particularly loud.
No.
It didn't sound to you, at least at that moment, of someone screaming for help in a life-threatening situation.
Right.
You thought it could have been children playing in the park.
Sure.
Well, that's when you stopped the movie?
Mm-hmm.
You got answer yes.
I'm sorry, yes.
And then you listened.
Yes.
You didn't hear any other words?
No, not that I recall.
So, after sitting there for some time and not hearing any words, that's when you went to the sliding door?
Yes.
And when you said you could hear was that while you were at the sliding door?
Yes.
And when you heard the sound like pounding on the chest, you did not hear any other words?
No, there may have been, I don't know, like vocal noises.
I'm asking you what you remember. Do you remember pounding on the chest?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember hearing anything else other than pounding on the chest? I don't want you to speculate.
No.
It is at that point that you walked up to the fence? You actually approached the fence from your slider door?
It was probably less than a minute after we heard that sound.
So you stood at the slider door for sometime under a minute?
Yes.
And then approached the fence?
Yes.
Did you actually just go right up to the fence and try to look through it? Or Is your fence a fence you can look through if you get up close? Are there any slots you can look through?
Yes.
Did you attempt to look through the fence?
Yes.
Were you able to see anything?
That's when I saw Matt on the phone.
So when you went up to the fence, and looked through it, you saw Dr. Massey on the phone?
Yes.
So when you testified about hearing someone say, hey, can I help you?
Right.
That was before you approached the fence?
Yes.
So let's back up.
Okay.
When you hear someone say, hey, can I help you? You're still standing at the sliding door. Or something to that effect.
The progression to where I could see through my fence was gradual. So we heard the pounding noise while we were still inside the house, waited a few seconds. I went out into the yard. I was hesitant to go to the fence because my daughter was with me. I kind of wanted her to hang out in the house. So I heard I had stopped probably somewhere halfway into my yard when I heard the, hey, do you need help? And then...
So that something to the effect of, do you need help? That was the first words you heard since you heard the initial, help me, help me.
Yes.
And then you looked, by the time you looked through the fence, Dr. Massey was already on the phone.
Yes.
You have an image of looking through the fence and seeing him on the hill with the phone.
Yes.
Hearing the sound of the bicycle, that was sometime between hearing Dr. Massey and then seeing him on the phone?
Yes.
You were confused as to which way the bicycle was going?
Yes.
You just remember hearing the sound of a chain that you can sometimes hear when a bicycle is moving?
More like a bicycle being picked up or rattled around.
But you never saw a person on a bicycle?
No.
When you saw Dr. Massey on the phone, that's when you decided you were going to go out and see what had happened, if you could help?
Yes.
So you went back into your house?
Yes.
Did you put on shoes?
Yes.
Then when you exit your house, do you exit on facing Brown Street or do you exit facing Sycamore?
Facing Brown Drive.
I keep calling the street. So your front door faces north, looking at Brown Drive.
Correct.
So you exited onto Brown Drive and then walked around the corner onto Sycamore.
Correct.
When you got to the bike path, you turned, which would be west on the bike path.
Correct.
That's when you saw Dr. Massey performing chest compressions.
Yes.
So by the time you got into the park, he was already had his hands on Mr. Abou Najm trying to perform life-saving measures.
That's right.
And from that point forward, your focus was on Mr. Abou Najm.
That's correct.
And Dr. Massey asked you to hold his legs up while he performed the chest compressions.
Yes.
And so that's what you did.
Yep.
I have nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. So, Mr. Demora, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Hodgins, I want to thank you for your testimony, and I want to wish you a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, Mr. Demora.
People call Officer Leo Gonzalez. Actually, Your Honor, I'm going to call one out of order. Excuse me, I'm going to call Officer Jacob's story first.
Good morning, Officer Story.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yeah, come on into the podium right here. So the clerk will administer the oath, and then we'll have you come to the stand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the cause not to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Take your first and last name for the record. Spell them both.
Jacob Story, Jacob Story.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Mr. DeMark, direct exam.
Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Story.
Good morning.
Where do you work?
I work for the City of Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I'm a police officer.
How long have you been a police officer?
Approximately 6.5 years.
What's your current assignment?
I'm a patrol officer.
In May of 2023, were you assigned to patrol?
I was.
What do you do when you're on patrol?
I respond to calls for service.
For the series of stabbings that happened on around April 26th or April 27th of 2023, April 29th of 2023, and May 1st of 2023, were you familiar with this?
Yes.
Were you actively on patrol during a period, or not the entire time, but during portions of those investigations?
Yes.
Bring you specifically to May 3rd of 2023, in the afternoon hours, were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
Were you driving a fully marked Davis police patrol vehicle and wearing your Davis police uniform that identified you as a police officer?
I was, yes.
On May 3rd of 2023, did you have information related to a description of the person who may be responsible for the series of stabbings?
Yes.
At the time, what information did you see the person you were looking for?
Hispanic male adult in their 20s, wearing a black hoodie or sweater and black trainer, Adidas style trainer pants with white stripes.
And when you were on patrol on May 3rd of 2023, was that the most recent and accurate information you had with you in terms of who the suspect was?
Yes.
On that date, did you have a body-worn camera?
Yes.
Was your body-worn camera functioning, and did it capture the events that eventually you were a participant in?
Yes.
All right, so before we get to that, I want to take you to about 3:49 p.m. You remember being on patrol at that time?
Yes.
Were you dispatched somewhere?
Yes.
Where was that?
To the area of Alvarado Avenue and Sycamore.
Is that in the city of Davis?
Yes.
County of Guillory?
Yes.
Is that in sort of the west central side of Davis?
Correct, yes.
Why were you dispatched there?
I was responding with Officer Gonzalez to a tip line call that had come in.
And what you knew about this tip, what information have you received?
It was basically information that someone, a citizen, believed they had cited someone matching the description to some extent of the who they believed could be a suspect.
And so you went to do follow-up to see whether this tip was in fact accurate or not.
Yes.
At the time you received this tip, and we've heard testimony from other officers, but to your knowledge, were there a lot of tips coming in from the city, people in the city of Davis?
Very many, yes.
Do you recall at what time you received that dispatch to respond to this tip?
This call came in at 15:49 hours, and I was dispatched at 16:02 hours.
All right, so we're using military time here. And so
I can clarify that, I'm sorry.
I was going to 15:49, what time is that?
That is 3:49 in the afternoon.
And 16:02.
4:02 in the afternoon.
Now, did you arrive on? So you said you were dispatched to the area of Alvarado Street. Did I get that right? Avenue. Where did you actually break that? Did you end up coming into contact with Mr. Carlos Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
You see him in court today?
I do.
Can you point to him discrepancy for me?
He's seated to my front right here in a black suit and tie, gray shirt.
And the record reflect that Officer Stories identified the defendant?
It does.
Where did you first come into contact with him?
I came into contact with Mr. Dominguez, the Pine Lane and Colby Drive.
Were you the first officer to observe him? To see him?
No.
Who was that?
The Officer Gonzalez had initially briefly attempted contact on Alvarado, and then I followed up onto Pine, where I made contact.
So I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 25J. Any approach?
Okay.
Sorry, do you recognize People's 25J as a Google map?
I do.
What's the area that's covered in that Google map?
I see the area of Villanova Drive. I'm sorry, I misspoke. When I said Alvarado earlier, I meant Villanova Drive. My mistake. Villanova Drive, Pine Lane runs southbound from Villanova Drive.
Now, with that exhibit, and not when you first saw Mr. Dominguez, but when you actually approached him and talked to him, can you mark on there where that was?
Yes.
There's markers there.
Are these fine? Are these sufficient?
Yeah, that's good. Just what color are you using?
Red.
Red's great.
All right, and with, how long did you observe him prior to actually stopping and talking to him?
It was very briefly. I saw him as I approached in my vehicle, and that's when I stopped my vehicle and exited. So it was just a few seconds.
I'll retrieve the exhibit. Permission to publish?
Okay.
And also, sorry, on People's 25J, this red circle at Colby and Pine, is that where you first actually approached Mr. Dominguez and eventually had a conversation with him?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate representation and depiction of the area on May 3rd, 2023, in the area where you, in fact, saw Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Right, now I'm going to show you People's 33D. Release a still shot of that. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Okay.
Going back to your body camera, do you recognize this still shot at the beginning of People's 33D?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
That is my body camera.
Is that your body camera from May 3rd, 2023, around the time we were just discussing?
It is, yes.
And have you reviewed that body camera?
I have.
And does that fairly accurately depict your contact with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay, granted, I heard some sneezing. I don't know if it's like my sneezing, but do we have a tissue box we can just circulate in the jury? If not, I have mine.
I've got one here.
Yeah, we have a box. I'll send it around. I mean, if you're like me, I like to have a tissue. So I didn't see where it came from, but I guess people know. Sorry to interrupt. All right, they'll work on that, but go ahead, they can multitask. This is 33D?
Right.
Okay.
Oh, careful, careful. Do you have an ID or anything on you?
No.
Okay. What's your name, bro?
John.
John? What's your last name, John? What's your last name, John?
Jonas.
Sorry?
Jonas.
Sorry. Do you have something to write with? No, like a notepad.
Yeah.
How do you spell your name? J-O-H-N?
J-O-H-N.
Your last name?
J-O-A-S.
J-O-A-S?
Yeah.
And what's your date of birth?
1999. 10.
10 of 99? Okay.
Is there a reason you're collecting my information, or?
So, the reason we're talking to you right now is, are you aware of what's been going on in the city?
Like Davis?
The homicides and stuff. So people are calling in all kinds of stuff. They're calling in anybody and everybody that, matches, potentially matches the description of that person. And so we're not saying that you are that guy or anything. We're responding out, making contact, saying like, hey, this is what's going on. We're having to investigate every possible lead that we have, Do you live nearby here?
Yep.
Where at?
It's a few blocks.
A few blocks? Okay. Are you a university student?
Yep.
Okay. What year are you?
Graduation? 2024.
2024? Okay. Where are you from originally?
Bay Area.
Oh, okay. Can I get all systems on one by a person? Last of John Ocean, Sam, first of John with an H, 10 of 99. What do you have in your bag? Can I look real quick? Can I just see?
Yeah, vegetables, bread.
You just come from the grocery store?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any weapons or anything on you?
No.
Any knives or guns or anything against you? Do you mind? I'm asking permission. Do you mind if I check really quick?
I do.
You do mind?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have some big.
Okay, we're not trying to keep you from what you're doing or anything.
I'm kind of running late too.
Okay.
I don't want to bother you guys or anything.
Do you have a driver's license or an ID card in the state of California?
Not a driver's license.
Okay. Yeah, that's the proper spelling of your name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I see your hand here? It looks like old cuts and scratches.
Oh, yeah. I've just been dealing with a lot of stress.
A lot of stress?
Yeah.
How'd you get those?
Myself.
Yourself?
pretty like it was self-inflicted.
Was self-inflicted? Can I see?
Yeah.
That one looks fresh. On your left hand?
Yeah. It was personal problems.
Personal problems?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Normally cut right here? Normally cut right here when you cut yourself?
That's not can't probably there.
Well, I don't know how we can properly ID him. If he doesn't have a license, he doesn't have a license. Do you have like a school ID or anything on you?
No.
If we check you out through the university database, are you a registered student?
I'm a registered student.
With UC Davis?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have your address in case we need to follow up with you?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
782.
782? Hawthorne? Is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Okay. Hawthorne? Okay. 782 Hawthorne? How long have you been living there?
Recently, just like 2 years.
2 years? Do you live with anyone else?
No.
Just you by yourself?
Yeah.
The whole house, just all to yourself?
I have roommates.
You have roommates?
Yeah, I live by myself.
No, but there's other people in the house with you that live there.
Yeah, but I don't really talk. I don't talk to them.
You don't talk to them? Okay. All right, can you just hang tight for me really quick, John?
The transcript of that?
It's according to the text.
We've already got it. Thank you.
So sorry, a couple questions about your body camera. And when you asked Mr. Dominguez his name, what was the first name that you heard him give?
I heard John Jonas.
You say Jonas, are you saying Jonas?
That is what I heard, yes.
When you asked him again, did he give you a different name or different spelling?
It provided a different spelling.
And that was the one Joas?
Yes.
When you asked him if he had a driver's license or an ID, why did you do that?
I was hoping that I could use that to confirm his identity.
Why is that?
Because if he did have a California driver's license or ID issued to him, then it would create a return in a records check.
When you say create a return in a records check, describe that. What's that mean?
So I would ask our dispatchers to run his name and date of birth, and then if his record did exist, in this case, the California DMV ID reference system, there would be a return there that then they would be able to tell me existed or did not.
The information that he provided you, the name, the second name of John Joas, Joas, and the date of birth he provided as well. When you received that information, did you relay that to the dispatch?
Yes, I did.
Did you get a return on that name and that date of birth?
There was no record on file.
When there's no record on file, in your training experience, what does that mean?
It could mean that they have not been issued a California ID or a driver's license.
Or what's the third option?
It could be they've provided a false name or false identifying information.
Let me stop you there. Thank you. Okay, officer, we have more questions for you on the other side of the break. We're going to take our mid-morning break, so it'll be 15 minutes, and I'll see you then. You're excused. To the jury, enjoy your mid-morning break. Do not form any opinions till you've heard all evidence. Do not research and do not discuss. Thank you. Off the record.
All right, sometimes they come back, but I don't think so. Just hang here for a second. Yeah, this is the most interesting thing we've heard yet. Well, we heard from, Tiffany Hodgins. She witnesses Karim's attack. Well, she heard him scream and then she went in, Missy, so. But I think this is the most interesting so far because we're actually hearing from Carlos. All right. As promised, Slim's hanging out with his blue guitar. Hey, Hellcat, how are you? Thank you for joining us. All right, let's do a recap here. So straight out of the gates, we heard from Stephen Sergeant Ramos again. Nothing really much happened there. That was okay. Yeah, nothing really happened there. Then let's see. Tiffany Hodgins, she witnessed. She was right up against Sycamore Park. She was watching Animal House with her daughter. Her house is right up against the park, about 20 or 30 feet away. The back door was open. She heard somebody say, "Help me, help me, help me." She said it wasn't very loud. She said they stopped the movie and it sounded muted. She said it was weird because it sounded muted, and then looking back in hindsight, she said it didn't sound like somebody's life was in danger because we thought it might be kids because they get that a lot. So she turned off the TV, she listened for the noise, and then she heard a bunch of repetitive thuds, and she literally did this. She literally did that. That sounded like somebody pounding on your chest. Her daughter thought somebody was getting their butt kicked. So I'm thinking, boy, yeah, it's when you are only 20 or 30 feet away and, somebody's, stabbing. And I'm thinking, he was so skinny, right? He was so skinny. The amount of force that he was using, he was generating a lot of force. So she heard a bike chain rattling, but that was moving away. She heard this voice, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" And then the movement of the bike. She looked over and she saw Dr. Massey, who now she understands is Dr. Massey. He was standing up. He was on the phone. She went to go check just in case somebody needed help. It seemed like a long time, but she said it was only about 3 or 4 minutes. Okay. She went into the park. She saw Dr. Massey performing CPR on Karim. She did not speak to Karim, and she said he did not respond to Dr. Massey's efforts. Then they showed Exhibit D. This was Cross. This is where we found out that she was watching Animal House. All she heard was the pounding on the chest. Then we get to Officer Jacob Story. He's the person who actually arrested Carlos, or he was part of it. There was, as we saw on the body cam, there were 3 officers there. So the call came in, I think it was from Justin, right? Remember Justin back in the day? When was Justin? Let's see, when did Justin... we heard from Justin. Gosh, I felt like we heard from him earlier than that. Oh, there he is, day 4. Justin Schaefer. Day 4, we heard from Justin Schaefer. So the call came in at 3:49, and then he was dispatched at 4:02. He said he observed Carlos only for a few seconds. Carlos is walking. They get out of the cars. There's three officers. They ask him, "Do you have ID?" He's like, "No." "What's your name?" "John." "What's your last name?" "Joas." First he thought he heard Jones, but then he said Joas, Joas. And I actually looked up John Joas. There's a training officer in Chester County Sheriff's Office named John Joas. Training officer's firearm instructor. I'm not sure where. Oh, he's on Instagram too. Oh, wait. I got to see this. John Joas 77. It's about to get weird. Nice. He joined in 2012. Oh, the account is private. Oh, that's funny. So there's a John Joas out there. Oh, here's a Facebook, Pinterest profile for John Joas, designer at welding. He's on Facebook. All right. That's funny. That looks like it might be a whatever. Might be a bot. All right. So that's funny. There are John Joeses out there. Go figure. Carlos asks, is there a reason? He's like, well, the officer's like, well, the reason is, are you aware of what's been going on? People are calling in. We're not saying you're a bad guy. We're just investigating all leads. Carlos says he lives a few blocks away. He's originally from the Bay Area. Officer says, well, what's in the bag? He's like, oh, just bread. Officer asks, do you have any weapons? He's like, no. Do you mind if I check? He's like, yes, I do mind. Do you have an ID or driver's license? He's like, nope. Then the other officer comes in and says, can I see your hands? It looks like cuts and scratches. He says, I've been under a lot of stress. Where did you get them? He says, myself. They're self-inflicted. And the officer asks him, can I see? And he's like, well, that one looks fresh. And then he's like, Carlos says, well, I have personal problems. So he has no school ID. He says he is registered at UC Davis. They ask him for his address, and he's like, 782 Hawthorne. It takes him a long while to say 782 Hawthorne. It's a house. He says he's living there by himself for 2 years, but then he says, no, I do have roommates, but he doesn't talk to them. So that ends the body cam, and then they go back into questioning. So he heard Jones, but then he ended up spelling it Joas. So that's where we stand so far. All right, let me go back here. All right, got to get a feed. Let's see. Yes, so politely, he's just politely sitting there. Oh, and the Trial TV Live, he's got a hat. Trial TV Live, very demure. Hey, Hellcat. Excuse me, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Brat says, not the coherence, but especially the list of things the state said in opening that he is hiding. This is what they'll point to. Yeah. Well, when somebody asks you, do you have weapons, and you say no, and then they pull out, a 4-inch, almost 5-inch blade, that's not gonna look well, right? That's not gonna look well. So, yeah, Slim. I'm looking at Slim. It's pretty funny. So, Slim's got himself a guitar. We'll have a guitar off later. Silly. You guys are silly. That's all I can say. You guys are silly. You. Was for toast. I don't get that. Was for toast. I need context for that. What was for toast? What was for toast, Father? Please provide context. Brad, did you know that Slim looks better than you? What's 8-Ball going to say? Nope, nice try. Nice. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. The knife was for toast. Gotcha. Good one. All right. Okay, just Shamrock. It's been interesting to me how many college roommates are pretty solitary from each other. It's very different from my experience or Animal House. That is true. And then Irish Amy, that's why you love us. Yes. That's why. That and many, many more reasons. Let's see. All right, seems like we're having maybe some issues with our internet. So, gotta have toast. That's right, my knife is for my toast. Let's see, he had an apple. He had 2 apples. He had some blueberries, had some blackberries. So the knife is for cutting my apples. I usually try to keep blood off my toast. Well, not unless you're a vampire brat, right? I'm sure there are some that have been in our chat that would that would disagree. Yeah, Comcast, or I don't know what's going on. Yeah, if you get bounced out, just come back. So we seem, well, we're green. We're back. Aaron's on it. Irish Amy got the makings of a nice snack there, right? Blueberries, blackberries, apples, toast, and soy milk or almond milk. He needs something to spread, though. Well, I guess you could make kind of a jam out of the...
You shut this down?
I did, yeah.
Thought that was a...
Nope.
I don't know what it is then.
I know. You can make a jam out of the, what do you call it? The blueberries and blackberries. I'm a big fan of spreads, like just apples and toast. I guess apples wouldn't be so bad. Father, no issues over here, but haven't had to yell at Comcast lately. I know, it's been good. We've had a pretty good stretch. A little blips here and there. Today doesn't, losing some frames. Yeah, now we're red. So it might be a little glitchy. I don't know why. I don't know. So anyway, if you guys have problems, just, you know what to do. Just refresh, come back in. Here, let me show you. Oh, wait, we might be coming back soon. I'll show you the guitar real quick. May I, Slim? I thank you, sir. Oops, sorry. Let's see, Slim will be left-handed. Slim's going to be left-handed. The spirit of Jimi Hendrix over there. All right, let's see. Now you want a jam sandwich? Nice, Irish Amy. All right, hold on. Let me get back to here. Do we have a feed yet? No feed yet. All right, what did I say? You said out loud that it was better. Tragic error. What did I say? I don't even remember what I said 2 minutes ago. Father, oh my God, I have got to get my other half on video with you. Twins, I swear. Well, there was a bluesman called Guitar Slim. Yes, there was, Gordon. That is true. Nope, don't want that. Here we go. Looking for the feed. Yes. But Guitar Slim, he was like in the 40s, 50s. What was his deal? Oh, the things that I used to do. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 40s, 50s, the thing that I used to do. Listed in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is 500 songs that shaped rock and roll. He was born in 1926, passed away in 1959. He was only 32 years old. Yeah, things that I used to do. I wish I could play these songs for you guys, but yeah, he's a good guitarist from New Orleans. His full name was Eddie Jones. Had a million-selling song, The Things That I Used to Do. Go check it out. Guitar Slim, Things That I Used to Do. All right. Okay, we have a feed. Get this up for you guys. Okay. Trial is back, and rewind it. And here we go. See you on the other side.
First time. They've never been run before, they've never been returned before. To your knowledge, does that create an entry log, or does that create the first return that then you can go check to see if that person has been run by law enforcement before?
I am not sure.
If you run someone, like let's say today, you were to run my name through dispatch. Tomorrow, we come into contact again, you run me again, could you see whether or not my name had been run the previous day?
Objection, Foundation. Yes, in our specific system, in our RIMS system, yes.
When you say RIMS, what is that?
Sorry, in our specific CAD program that we use, yes, that can be checked. It's not always all stated, but that can be checked.
And would we call that, or at least in law enforcement, we call that a prior contact?
Yes.
Do you know what an FI card is?
Yes.
What is that?
A field ID or field interview card.
Have you ever used those?
Occasionally, yes.
Have you used them before?
When we contact an unknown person, we document their personal information on that card.
How do you decide whether to do an FI card versus to call someone into dispatch and see if there's a return on them?
It would depend on if we would potentially consider them a person of feature interest. That a lot of times the FI cards are used to provide someone's information to sometimes our detectives or other officers who we think they may be interested in future contact or contacting this person.
What if you get information, personal identifying information from someone, you run it through dispatch, you get no return? Is that an instance where you say, hey, I'll do a FI card to document their personal information?
Not necessarily. So sometimes I'll just document it on like a notepad and then run the information like I did in the body-worn camera, and then it's logged and go back into the system later and create a person's page for that person. But the FI is an option.
Okay, so what you were doing when you're hand jotting notes is oftentimes you will take that back and then manually enter it into your database.
Sometimes, yes.
Now, during the time you spent with Mr. Dominguez on May 3rd, when you're talking to him, did it appear to you that he understood that you are a cop?
Objection, speculation, Foundation. The speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's the same.
When you were talking to him, you asked him what he had in the bag. Do you remember asking him that?
Yes.
And you also asked him if he had any, with the weapons or with the knives? I can't remember offhand.
Weapons.
And the first part is he told you groceries, the second part he told you no weapons, right? Is that a yes?
Yes. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We've all been doing it, so you're in good company. The bag he's gripping, and this isn't in your body cam, correct? Well, actually, let me ask the question, then I'll ask the follow-up. The bag he's gripping, did he eventually put that down?
To my knowledge, yes.
Were you there when he put it down?
I was not.
You remember at some point looking in the bag?
Yes.
Where was the bag when you looked into it?
It was on the grass behind where I had contacted Mr. Dominguez.
Okay, so let me clarify. You were not there when he put the bag, or you did not see him put the bag down?
Correct.
But at some point you saw that the bag was no longer in his hand?
Correct.
And how did you look into the bag? Like, did you physically go over and open it up, or did you sort of peer into it?
I peered into it.
When he said he had groceries in there, did you see any of those when you looked in there?
I did, yes.
When he said he had no weapons on him, and you looked in the bag, did you find out otherwise?
Yes.
What did you observe when you looked in the bag?
I saw a double-edged fixed blade knife.
You didn't reach in and grab this knife or anything like that, did you?
I did not.
I'll retrieve now to show you People's 35. I approach.
Okay.
If you wouldn't mind looking at People's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize that bag in People's 35?
I do.
Is that the one Mr. Dominguez was holding?
It is.
All right, now I'm going to show you, I should know the exhibit number at this point, but People's 34. You wouldn't mind looking in there. Do you recognize 34?
I do.
Is that the knife you saw when you looked down in Mr. Dominguez's bag?
Yes.
When you saw it, was at where was it in the bag?
Near the bottom.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kimura. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So I understand you have a trip planned for tonight?
This weekend, yes, sir.
So you won't have to come back Monday.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
So, sir, when you first observed Mr. Dominguez, you were still in your patrol car?
Yes, sir.
You were traveling on Villanova?
I was traveling southbound on Pine.
Southbound on Pine. And so when you stopped the vehicle, you were still on Pine?
Yes.
And you're equipped with body camera equipment?
Yes.
You can manually activate your body camera?
Yes.
You can also manually deactivate your body camera?
Yes.
And then later turn it back on?
Yes.
But at the end of your day at work, your body cameras are put on basically a docking station?
Yes.
And then it is recorded into a system?
Yes.
Once it's recorded on your body camera, you have no ability to go back and delete portions of it?
Correct.
You can control what you record?
Yes.
But once it's on there, it's on there. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
And you put it in the docking station every day at the end of your shift?
Yes.
So that records any body camera contact that you have?
Yes.
But you don't use your body camera with every contact you have as a police officer?
No.
Okay. You're going into a Starbucks to take a break, you're not going to record that on your body camera?
Correct.
You have a conversation with just a citizen you come in contact with, you may not, you probably won't record that on your body camera.
Correct.
You activate when it's something significant that you believe needs to be recorded.
Yes.
So if you're detaining a person for a potential crime, then you would activate your body camera.
Yes.
If you just have what's called a consensual contact with an individual, hey, how are you doing? Can I talk to you? You may not record that on your body camera.
It would depend.
It would depend on the circumstances.
Yes.
In the last month, during the hours you're working as a patrol officer, give us an estimate of how many people, other than law enforcement officers, you've spoken to.
I wouldn't even know how to count that many people.
Because you, as a law enforcement officer, you have contact with citizens every day.
Yes.
Often multiple times an hour.
Yes.
You don't record all those conversations on your body camera.
Not every single one, no.
And you certainly don't run every single person you come in contact with through dispatch.
No.
It depends on the circumstances.
Correct.
So at the end of the day, if I'm to look at your body camera, that is not going to show every person you spoke with that day.
No, it won't.
It'll just show the instances that you felt was necessary to record.
Yes.
And sir, is it on slow days, are there times when you may not even use your body camera?
Rarely, but yes.
Okay. But sometimes there's maybe 1 or 2 recordings?
Yes.
And then there are days when that body camera is running all day long?
Yes.
Now, once you put it on the docking station, you classify how it should be recorded, correct?
These cameras that we use, we classified it on the camera.
In other words, if it is an arrest, you classify it as an arrest.
Yes.
If it is just a detention and no arrest, you classify it as a detention?
In these particular cameras, it would have been classified as a citation/contact.
Citation/contact. So if you make an arrest, that is how you classify it?
Yes.
And then because it's classified as an arrest, that body camera is preserved for 2 years if it's an arrest.
I don't recall the specific timeline.
But there is a timeline that the body camera is preserved if it's an arrest.
Yes.
If it's simply a detention where you stopped somebody but didn't arrest them, or you simply gave them a citation like a ticket, you classify it as a citation detention.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Correct?
Yes.
That also preserves the body camera for some period of time, does it not?
Yes.
But it's a shorter period of time than it's preserved for an arrest.
Yes.
But as you sit here today, you don't know the specific time frame that an arrest is preserved versus a citation is preserved.
Not off the top of my head, no, I do not.
But there is a time frame.
Yes.
And if you don't go in and make a copy of that body camera during that time frame, it is ultimately deleted.
I believe so.
So just assume a fact. Assume that for arrest, the body camera is preserved for 2 years. Just assume that fact. If someone does not go in and make a copy of that body camera within those 2 years, it will be deleted.
Yes.
Assume again that in Davis Police Department, a detention citation is only preserved for 1 year. Okay. If someone does not go in and make a recording during that 1 year, it is deleted. Yes?
Yes.
And once it's deleted, it's gone.
Yes.
So, sir, if I were to want to go back and say, Officer Story, can I see your body cameras? Again, let's assume those 1 and 2 years. if I were to go back and said, hey, can we see your body cameras for all your arrests and detentions 2 years and 1 month ago? Okay? Unless someone actually went in and made a copy, those would be gone.
Yes.
Now, at the time of this contact, you've been an officer for probably about 4.5 years?
Yes, sir.
This is your first job as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And in your 4.5 years, would it be fair to say this was the biggest case that the Davis Police Department had ever investigated in the 4.5 years you were there?
I would say so.
So you recognize how important this was?
Yes.
You knew there was FBI, officers from other agencies participating?
Yes.
And you were aware of the description that had gone out of the Hispanic male with long, dark hair, black hoodie, and black Adidas athletics pants?
Yes.
That description was well known to you?
Yes.
It had been broadcast in the media?
Yes.
But you've been getting a lot of tips?
Yes.
And a lot of these tips, it was clear from the beginning, this is not credible?
Correct.
But you had to investigate them?
Yes.
But when you received the tip, you did not know if this was going to be one of those non-credible ones or if it was going to be something more?
Correct.
But when you pulled up and you saw Mr. Dominguez, you saw he had long, dark hair.
Yes.
You saw he appeared to be Hispanic.
Yes.
You saw that he was wearing a black hoodie.
Yes.
You saw that he was wearing black athletic pants.
Yes.
With Adidas stripes.
Yes.
And you knew he was right by the area of Sycamore Park where the second stabbing occurred.
Yes.
So when you saw him, and you immediately knew this doesn't look like one of those non-credible tips.
Yes.
You realized immediately this could be a big deal.
Yes.
And so when you got out of the car, you activated your body camera.
Yes.
And you could have allowed that body camera to record throughout the entire encounter.
Yes.
But you turned your body camera off at various portions throughout your contact with Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
So the clip we found, we just watched, and this is People's Exhibit 33A, 33E. Could you change that one? All three on here. So, sir, Aaron, can we approach briefly?
Yeah, that's fine. All right, thank you. Feel free to stand up and stretch. This is just a minute. Off the record.
correct, Mr. Mora, you have addressed Exhibit 33D, and that's my understanding what you played. And now we have an exhibit that's, it sounds like it's marked 33A, and the defense would like to play.
It'll be marked as Defense Exhibit H.
Right. It was handed to you, the pre-marked 33A, and there are various videos there, and we're going to mark them afterwards, next in order. Okay.
And I'll stipulate, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. I appreciate that professionalism.
Okay. So this is going to be Defense Exhibit H. Will be identified as H1.
Well, counsel, I prefer just H and then give me the next one as the next letter.
Well, I'm going to run out of letters, Your Honor. We've been identifying.
Okay, that's fine. All right. I should have done this beforehand, but I don't want to waste their time.
We can also keep it as people's A, 33A.
Say H1, I'll go with it. Sorry, folks.
Sir, that you have reviewed your body camera before today.
Yes.
There were 3 clips in your body camera.
Yes.
And that means you turned on, so you turned on your body camera initially, and that recorded the first clip.
Yes.
Then you turned it off.
Yes.
Then you turned your body camera back on, and that recorded the second clip.
Yes.
Then you turned it off.
Yes.
Finally, you turned your body camera on for a third time.
Yes.
And then you ultimately had turned that off.
Yes.
And so that's why, and you downloaded your body cameras in your normal procedure at the end of the day.
Yes, I did.
Sir, given how important this case was, why were you turning on and off your body camera during your contact at the location?
I had my body camera on when I was making contact with Mr. Dominguez, and I would turn it off to step away. I don't recall the specific reason. I went back to my car. I don't recall. I believe it was to make a phone call. I don't recall.
So that last clip, this clip, your first clip is about 8:12. Okay.
Yes.
The last clip we saw stopped around 6 minutes.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward. Around 6:03 into the recording. Okay. And let me turn on the.
Let me really quick, John.
I'd like to check. Yeah. I'd like to get Henry out. You get out here and talk to this guy. Yes. Acting super freaking weird.
Okay. Let me stop you right there. You were just speaking, that's Officer Story?
I'm Officer Story.
I know you're Officer Story.
That's Officer Gonzalez.
That's Officer Gonzalez.
Yes.
Remember the last trial we did when I thought there were 2 Officer Stories? You remember that one?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I'll get it right eventually.
Third time's a charm.
That is Officer Leo Gonzalez.
Yes.
And you said, I want to get a Henry unit out here.
Yes.
What is a Henry unit?
That is a detective.
And you said, you commented this guy is acting super weird or something to that effect.
Yes.
So you knew at this point this could be the individual.
I was concerned about the information I was being given.
Based on how he was acting and based on that he fit the description to a T, you realized this could be important.
Yes.
Let me stop you there. By this time, other officers have arrived.
Yes.
there appear to be two Yolo County Sheriff's deputies.
There was one specifically that I remember. I don't recall who was on the other side of my car there.
Did you see through the video there were two other deputies on the other side?
Yes.
Someone go by that house.
Yeah.
What was that?
Must be one of your guys.
Okay, so when you guys go by this address really quick.
Okay. Now, we've just seen two plainclothes individuals get out of this truck. Who are those?
You
go back a little bit.
Yeah.
What was that?
Must be one of your guys.
Okay, so when you guys go by this address really.
See these two individuals right here?
Yes.
Who are they?
I do not know.
They're law enforcement officers?
Yes, they are.
You just do not recognize them?
I do not.
There were law enforcement officers from multiple agencies participating in this?
Yes.
They don't appear to be people who work for the Davis Police Department?
No.
You would recognize them if they worked for Davis PD?
Yes.
Quick. He seemed kind of weird.
Okay, now we have two. To the right, we see two sheriff's deputies?
Yes.
Do you recognize them by name?
I do not.
These two gentlemen, do you know them?
I do.
Okay. Even in their motorcycle gear, do you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
The gentleman on the right, who is that?
That's Officer Richard Squibbs.
And the gentleman on the left, who is that?
That is Christopher Nasca.
And Mr. Dominguez had given you an address of 782 Hawthorne?
Yes.
So you were asking these officers to go by and check?
Yes.
You ultimately learned that there wasn't a 782 Hawthorne.
Correct.
But there was a 762 Hawthorne.
I don't know that I was provided that specific information.
But you did learn that Mr. Dominguez did live on Hawthorne.
Yes.
You're going to use giving it to me. I want to make sure he actually lives there. 782 Hawthorne. His name's John Joas. He said he's got roommates, but at first he said he lived alone. Then when I pushed him, he said roommates. And what? He was on foot when we contacted him.
Can you send me a picture?
Yeah.
782 Hawthorne.
It should be right here.
When you said it should be right here, you meant his house was only a short distance from your... If there was a 782 Hawthorne, it was only a short distance from your location?
Yes.
You were familiar where Hawthorne was?
Yes.
And now I'm stopping. We're at 7 minutes and 33 seconds in your recording. You can see Mr. Dominguez, and there's a sheriff's deputy in front of him.
Yes.
Do you recognize that sheriff's deputy?
If it is who was standing next to us earlier in the clip, it's Deputy Stephen Hickey.
So there were 3 sheriff's deputies here. 2 you don't recognize, 1 you recognize as Deputy Hickey.
Yeah. Yes.
We got one detained.
Maybe a lot going on.
And this gentleman right here that you're speaking to, do you recognize him?
No.
Now,
No. My apologies.
At this point, are you able to tell that Mr. Dominguez has been placed in handcuffs by Officer Gonzalez, or are you unaware of that at this point?
I was not aware.
Because your view is blocked by the patrol car.
Yes.
Okay. I'm still trying to figure out what to do next. I'm going to try to see if we can get one of the investigators out here to talk to him. His story. Yeah. What's up? I am. I can turn off real quick.
Okay. Someone just walked up to you and asked you if you were recording.
Yes.
Who was that?
I do not know. I don't know I recognize he was a law enforcement officer.
Okay. When he came up to you and asked, "Are you recording?" you indicated, "Yeah, I can turn it off."
Yes.
Why would you turn off your body camera simply because an unknown officer came up to you and asked you if you were recording?
Because the possibility existed that he would discuss something with me that wasn't related to the case.
What possibly could you be discussing unrelated to the case that you wouldn't want to record on your body camera?
Objection, speculation.
I don't recall what we discussed.
You know what agency that person worked for who came up to you and asked you if you were recording?
I do not.
He wasn't dressed in police uniform.
No.
You assumed he was a law enforcement officer.
He appeared that way to me, yes.
But you had no idea what role he played or what his position was.
I did not know.
And as you sit here today, you don't know who he was.
I do not.
And you don't remember what he told you when you turned off your body camera.
I do not.
Did it occur to you that, hey, this is the most important investigation of my career. I may have just found the suspect. Maybe I shouldn't turn off my body camera just because some unknown guy is asking me to.
That did not occur to me at the time, no.
But you did turn off your body camera.
Yes.
You don't recall what conversation you had with that bald man who asked you to turn it off?
I do not.
Did you have a conversation with another officer on the phone?
I do not recall who I contacted. I genuinely do not recall if I made a phone call at that time.
Did you talk about wanting to get a Henry unit out here?
Yes.
That would be a detective?
Yes.
Did you call and speak to a detective?
I called for a detective on the radio.
So you can't recall if you called on the phone or if you called on the radio, or do you recall it was on the phone or the radio?
I recall specifically requesting a Henry unit over the radio. I do not recall whom I spoke to on the phone.
Do you have any independent recollection of what was discussed during that period when you were asked to turn off your body camera and the moment you turned back on your body camera at a later time?
I do not.
Now I'm going to, when you next turned on your body camera, Mr. Dominguez was already in handcuffs.
Yes.
He was seated on the curb.
Yes.
Surrounded by multiple officers.
Yes.
And I'm going to play, this is going to be H2, Your Honor.
Okay.
And this is the second clip of your body camera?
Yes.
And at this point, there's this, standing by what appears to be a light pole, there is an unidentified Guillory County Sheriff's deputy.
I don't recognize the patch. That may be a fish and game officer. But
every law enforcement agency was involved in this investigation.
Yes.
All right. Who is this gentleman in the jeans and the blue shirt?
I do not recognize that person.
This individual behind the person in the blue jeans, do you know who he is?
I do not.
And this was the deputy you did recognize. I'm forgetting his name now.
Deputy Hickey.
Hickey.
I did not know his name at the time. I've since.
But that is
yes.
Deputy Hickey. You do know this person?
Yes, I do.
That's Officer Leo Gonzalez.
Yes.
This gentleman back here was that the person who asked you if you were recording? Or was it someone who was...
I can't see from this clip.
You heard Mr. Dominguez ask if you could could stand up. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And multiple officers told him in unison, no.
Yes.
And at this point, 29 seconds into the second recording, Mr. Reales Dominguez is basically completely encircled by, including yourself, 5 law enforcement officers visible.
Yes.
And we just walked to the car. There's a 6th deputy on the other side of the car who wasn't initially visible.
Yes.
He was on Villanova walking east. So at this point, Mr. Reales Dominguez is still sitting on the curb,
Yes.
hands handcuffed behind his back,
Yes.
sitting motionless,
Yes.
staring straight ahead.
Yes.
And you heard him earlier ask if he could stand up,
Yes.
but you haven't heard him say anything after that.
No.
I think I'm good.
How far down the block was he?
He was coming from Sycamore and Villanova. Like,
Like behind him?
yeah.
You were like following him?
Yeah.
You're having a conversation with Officer Gonzalez.
Yes.
You're talking about a him. Is that
Yes.
You're referring to Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
He's right there in between you.
Yes.
So you're having a conversation about him right in front of him.
Objection, asked and answered.
Right?
Yes.
And he doesn't even acknowledge it.
No.
Probably not. And so he stopped and tried to.
4:16 into the recording, you go back to your car.
Yes.
So we just saw a couple minutes of just Mr. Dominguez staring straight ahead.
Yes.
And multiple officers surrounding him, staring at him.
Yes.
And no one was really saying anything.
Yes.
I felt like a bit of an awkward situation. Would you agree?
Yes.
You're doing something on your phone. We're at 5:04 into the recording. You recall what you were doing?
I do not.
All right, what location do you have for us? Oh, okay. Thanks. Okay, cool. Yeah. Residue and stuff on the inside of the bag. It was right near your clip here. There you go. Yeah.
Let me stop you there. We're almost at the end of the recording. A woman in a police uniform just came into view.
Yes.
That is Janelle Bestfitch.
No.
Not Bestfitch, sorry. I know who you are. God, I can't get names.
Sorry.
I understand. That is a former Davis police officer who's now retired.
Yes.
And since I will mispronounce your name, why don't you?
That is retired Officer Kirith Breisnick.
Breisnick. And everyone butchers Officer Breisnick's name.
Yes.
Apologize, Ms. Bestfitch. So that's Officer Breisnick. What was her position at that point?
She was a police officer.
Okay, so she didn't have any. She was her rank was police officer at that time.
Yes.
When she came, you deactivated your camera.
Yes.
Why?
I believe we had a conversation.
What was the conversation about?
I do not recall.
It didn't appear that she, it didn't appear that she asked you to turn off your camera. You just did it on your own.
Yes.
Why?
Because I did not know what we were going to talk about.
Well, you assumed you were going to be talking about this case.
I don't recall what we talked about.
Did you think you would be talking about anything else other than this case? I mean, she wasn't going to ask you what you're doing for the weekend, obviously. Correct?
I don't recall what we spoke about.
I guess my question is, what prompted you at this point to turn off your body camera?
To have a conversation with Officer Breisnick about which I didn't know at that point.
And you didn't want it to be a conversation that would be recorded on your body camera?
Yes.
Because once it's recorded on the body camera, you can't delete it. It's on there for good, correct?
Yes.
Nobody can go in and delete it once it's recorded on the body camera.
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Even the chief of the Davis Police Department at the time, what was his name?
Pytel.
He couldn't go in and delete it either, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
What is the policy for when you turn off your body cameras when you're having conversations with other officers? What's the policy at Davis Police Department?
We keep our body cams on when we're having a law enforcement contact with an individual.
But when you're speaking to other officers about that contact, you turn it off?
Not necessarily.
As you sit here today, do you have any recollection of what you and now former Officer Breisnick spoke about?
No.
Let's go to... So this will be clip H3.
Okay.
When you, after your conversation with Officer Breisnick, you turn back on your body camera?
Yes.
And Mr. Dominguez was still sitting on the curb?
Yes.
Let me interrupt you. So the video is 10 minutes and 59 seconds, and we've got about 5 minutes left. So I want you to use your time and then find a place to stop.
Understood. At 27 seconds, you saw Mr. Dominguez do a little bit of movement there, correct? You see him lean forward a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, when someone has their arms handcuffed behind their back,
yes,
sitting on a curb, is that a comfortable position?
No.
Okay. And you've had experience with people handcuffed sitting on the curb before, correct?
Yes.
Oftentimes they're rocking back and forth.
Yes.
They're moving side to side trying to get comfortable.
Yes.
Oftentimes running their mouth about how uncomfortable they are.
Yes.
And Mr. Reales Dominguez, except for that little movement you saw, he basically sat like a statue.
Yes.
Didn't say a word.
Yes.
Stop at 110. I know you don't recall the conversation with Officer Breisnick, but do you recall if you were waiting for someone to arrive at this point?
Yes.
Okay. If you recall, who were you waiting to arrive?
A detective or detectives.
Did you know at that point which specific detectives were coming?
I don't recall if I knew at that point.
Guys, have you guys hang for a few minutes? We'll call our detectives here. Thank you. Sure. That's interesting.
Sir, you're having a conversation with another officer there?
Yes.
Why did you leave your body camera recording?
I don't know.
I'll stop at 3 minutes into recording. You went up and spoke to Officer Gonzalez about the address a few seconds earlier. Did you hear that?
I must have missed it. I'm sorry.
Do you recall going up to Officer Gonzalez and asking about the address? He said it didn't exist.
Yes.
And that was the address that he had given you, which was 782 Hawthorne.
Yes.
And you're familiar with how streets are lined with addresses?
Yes.
One side odd numbers, one other side even?
Yes.
Assume Mr. Dominguez lived at 762 Hawthorne.
Okay.
Can you assume that fact?
Yes.
If there was a 782 Hawthorne, it would probably be very close to that location.
Yes.
That's a good time to stop.
Okay, thank you. We are going to take a break. So, Officer Story, we have a few more questions for you. After the break, we'll start at 1:30. To the jury, remember the three-part admonition: do not discuss the case other than scheduling. Do not form any opinions until you've deliberated do not research the case. I'll see you on the other side. Thank you, folks. All right.
So it looks like they are breaking for a lunch, 3 o'clock on the East Coast, 12 o'clock in California. Just going to keep an eyeball on the feed just in case sometimes they come back. Come back with the attorneys, but it seems like I just want to stay here for a second. Oh, they are coming back. Or are they? All right, they got the seal. They're just showing the seal. Before I do my recap, I just want to make sure that they're not going to come back, the judge and the attorneys. Just want to make sure they end the stream. Interesting. Oh, here we go. Maybe? No. They're playing with me. Usually they don't keep the seal up. Usually they end the feed. All right, I'll just start going through my recap, and if they come back, I'll rewind it. All right, so after the break, we're still listening to Officer Jacob's story. And he's basically, well, he is the arresting officer. He didn't actually put handcuffs on, but he was one that first had eyes on Carlos, talked to him, body cam. It is odd that he turned his body cam off. That's right. I thought I don't know. I watch a lot of body cam, and maybe I'm just being naive, but I don't really remember them turning body cam on and off again when they talk to each other. But I don't know. It just is what it is, I guess. So body cam will not show everyone he spoke to and will only show those he wants to record. Why are you turning body cam off and on and off? He said he went back to the car to make a call, but he doesn't really recall why. He wanted to get, he says, I want to get a Henry unit out there. What's that? That's detectives. He says this guy's acting really weird, and he realized that this could be important, this could be important. Then this couple guys get out of a truck, and he doesn't recognize them. Totally understand that. A lot of agencies were involved. Then more law enforcement arrive, a couple sheriffs arrive, 2 guys on motorcycle. He knows them. He identifies them. He's talking to the guys on the chips, right? Talking to the guys on the motorcycle. He says, it should be right here, meaning the house, meaning this 782 Hawthorne should be right here. Then he was not aware that Carlos was placed in handcuffs at this point. So that's by Officer Gonzalez. So I'm 100% sure we're going to hear from Gonzalez, because how could we not hear from the person who actually made the arrest? We have to hear from him. Someone asks, are you recording? And he says, yeah, I can turn it off. That's where I'm like, yeah, that doesn't, I don't know. Again, call me naive, but that doesn't sit well with me. Why would you turn it off? Why not? Isn't this supposed to be about transparency? Aren't we supposed to be building confidence with our law enforcement agencies? Why would you turn it off? You're making the biggest, like Hutchinson said, you're making the biggest arrest potentially of your career. Why would you turn off your body cam? Why would you turn off your recording? And he's like, you're not just going to talk about what you're doing for, what you're doing this weekend, or are you going to go have lunch at, Popeyes, that kind of thing. So that one didn't sit well with me. I wish they just said, yeah, we just leave it on. Possibility of discussing something unrelated to the case. So the possibility of discussing something unrelated. And I think that's where he's like, you're making potentially the biggest arrest of your career, and you're going to be talking about something else. I guess, couldn't it be redacted then? Couldn't that just have been redacted? I don't know. That's weird. Yeah, and then Hutchinson asks, well, what would that be? And he's like, I don't recall what we discussed. Doesn't know the agency, and then this person comes up, and he doesn't know the agency, and he assumed it was law enforcement. Again, I'm like, what is going on? I understand there's a lot of different agencies, but just some rando guy can just walk up, and just because he has a badge, he can just start talking to you and say, do this, do that. That one again, I'm like, what? He had no idea what his position was, and to this day, he doesn't know who that was or what that guy's position was. Again, I understand that, but isn't there some kind of like, well, who are you with? What's your name? Where's the asking questions? Sorry. I mean, is that normal? Do they just random people walk up and just start talking, and then you don't know who they are, and you don't ask what their rank is or who they are? I don't know. Again, I don't know. I'm being naive to all of this. He has no independent recollection of what was discussed when the body cam was turned off. Carlos was in handcuffs and he was sitting on the curb. Okay, so this is where they show him surrounding by officers. Every agency was involved. There were 5 officers. He didn't recognize 3 of them. So 3 out of the 5 he didn't recognize. Carlos asked if he could stand up, and he's told no. I mean, that's not a big deal, I didn't think that was a big deal. Yeah, no, you're gonna sit there, son. Sorry. Completely encircled by 5 officers, saying nothing. He's just staring straight ahead. He turned his camera off on his own because he wasn't sure what he was going to talk about. So at one point he turned off. Oh, it was the other officer. I forget the name right now. I didn't write it down. So he turned it off because he wasn't sure what they were going to talk about. So policy is to keep the camera on when you make contact with somebody, but don't necessarily turn it off when speaking to other officers. So they're just kind of sitting around, milling about, waiting for officers to arrive. And then when asked directly, why didn't you leave your body cam recording? And he's like, I don't know. I don't know. I wish that there would be a more solid answer with that. I wish they'd be like, that's our policy. If we're talking, just seemed a little wishy-washy. I wish there'd be a stronger policy. Because again, they're all about, people have such negative views about law enforcement, and being transparent. And it's like, what are you trying to hide? Like immediately I'm like, well, what are you trying to hide? Why don't you just leave it recording? And if it's something you don't want heard, just redact it. Right? I don't get that. So. They had badges out. Officer knew multiple agencies were responding, not best, but understandable. To me, it's just odd. Again, now I'm coming from a transparency with my law enforcement. I want my law enforcement to be transparent. I want them to be upfront. I want them to be honest. I want them to be like, dude, who are you? Yeah, there's your badge. But I mean, how many times have we heard that people are being pulled over and they don't know, they think it's law enforcement, but it ends up being an imposter? How do we know? I don't know. That's weird. Just weird. It's weird to me. May not be weird to you. It's weird to me. Coops, I love watching trial TV. We don't have courtroom cameras in the UK. We only have court sketches and news reports, and also love having the recap and the breaks. Cool. Thank you, Coops. Appreciate you that. Appreciate you watching and posting that. Northwest, conversation between officers is not what body cam is for. Am I wrong, Northwest? It just seems odd to me. Just keep it recording. And because it just, to me then, what are they talking about? What are they talking about? Are they talking about, I want to know. I want transparency in my law enforcement. Sorry, that's just me. I know it's not going to change just because I'm asking, but that's just me. It just seems weird. It just makes people who are, look at law enforcement with a crooked eye, even more crooked of like, what are you guys trying to hide? Why not just have it recording? Who cares if you're talking about your barbecue? Who cares if you're talking about your wife? and your kids. I want to hear that. And then if just redact it. So just me. Green-eyed cat. I agree. The whole interaction with suspects should be seamless. It makes my hairs go up too. Why have the question if anything untoward happened? Yep. I agree. Just Shamrock, as long as in full uniform. So I don't know. I'd ask, who are you? I'd be like, hey, how you doing? I'm Chris. Which agency are you with? Oh, you're with the county. Cool. What's your name? Oh, Bob. Nice to meet you. Cool. Yeah, we got this guy over here. Is that so difficult to ask? I don't know, man. It just seems weird. Officers, police can't redact. All right. I guess it's just me then. All right, I'll leave it. I guess I'm wrong. All right, guys, I'm going to take some lunch. Have a great break. I'll leave you with some music, and we'll see you on the other side.
si tú me quieres, ven pa' aquí, te atreves. Dame esto lento, quiero sentir tu cuerpo. Volamos juntos, cuando estamos juntos. Ven pa' aquí, mi amor, hacemos el amor, el mundo se paró, solo esta pasión. Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás cerca estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo y no me importa nada.
Trying, I thought you meant well, but you savage as hell. Telling me things we both know you regret. And the hell should have told me about her before you sucked me in. You thought we could be cool for the summer.
Mira, me siento el calor de tu mira. Cuando estás acá estoy tranquila y no me importa nada. Fuego, yo siento contigo un fuego. Me mata el olor de tu cuerpo. Aquí mi amor, hacemos el amor, el mundo se paró, solo esta pasión.
nothing left to get back home to, so take the first bus in the station. Everywhere is nowhere to lost souls. Let's get lost by intention, where the world has protection, where the waves hit the sand. In the sun, scattered lips, arms and pebbles, sinking slowly as the mud at the bottom of the ocean. We're all light and emotion, drifting without a sound. Me and Marianne are walking to her room, through lonely streets at night under blood cherry moon, till shallow part of the dreams late in the morning. Smell of coffee and of silent fiends slowly are morphing. The recollections of drowning in each other's arms. Me and Marianne are walking to her room through those lonely streets at night under blood cherry moon, till we hit the ground.
río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está. El río fluye, nunca solo está. Un corazón destruido no deja de palpitar, de palpitar. Mi amor es franco y fiel, no tiene fronteras y no maldad. Mi amor es franco y fiel, no tiene fronteras y no maldad. El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está. El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está. Mi amor es franco y fiel, no tiene fronteras y no maldad. Mi amor es franco y fiel, no tiene fronteras y no maldad. El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está. El río fluye, nunca solo está, no solo está.
All right, welcome back. I wanted to continue playing what we started with Karim. I wanted to show you some more. While we wait for a live trial to come back, I wanted to show you this. They had a memorial for him, and his family accepted. Let's see. His honorary degree. So I wanted to honor the victims as well. So here, let's check this out.
In a week's time, the community of Davis rocked by violence.
3 innocent people stabbed, 2 losing their lives. And police say there's only one man to blame.
Mr. Dominguez? Is that your true name?
Tonight, the accused serial killer and his stark past in the spotlight.
As the healing and heartache continues, and memories of the lives lost take center stage.
Getting answers. The CBS 13 News at 10.
First time tonight, we're hearing from Kimberlee Guillory, the only victim to survive the stabbing attacks.
But first, we want to start with an emotional memorial. This second victim remembered tonight, not for the tragic way he died, but for the beautiful life he lived. CBS 13's Ashley Sharp was at the memorial, filled with family and friends of college student Karim Abou Najm, who was just weeks away from graduating. Ashley?
Yeah, that's right. Where I'm standing is where Karim's life was taken as he was riding his bike down this path to get home. Here sits the memorial that has only grown. Messages of love left behind, candles even still burning tonight. But it was a few blocks away on the campus of UC Davis where that celebration of life took place this afternoon.
A brilliant mind and a kind soul. Karim, the gift and the gifted. He is, not was, our special gift.
Family of Karim Abou Najm spoke before hundreds Friday, remembering a life well lived, not the final moments of one cut short at the hands of a man they call a monster.
We will not give the pleasure to the evil to bask on how they appended our lives and shattered our hearts. I will focus on the goodness of humanity and the community and the friends.
Those friends, even strangers to Karim, spilled out of the International Center Friday, sharing in both the sorrow and the joy.
Emotional, and many emotions.
Karim will always be in our hearts.
A passion for life and knowledge defined the 2 decades Karim spent in pursuit of it all, just weeks shy of his graduation when he died.
He was the epitome of what a UC Davis student is.
Students refusing to let darkness win, an accused killer who for a time was a classmate among them.
Despite any evil that comes and tries to diminish the good that's in the life of Karim and in the life of all of us, that we are here still standing strong.
One message resounds from a family in mourning.
Everyone, take it from a devastated father. Don't take love for granted. I want you to pick your phone and call your parents or your loved ones and tell them that you love them.
A challenge to spread love in the name of Karim. And Karim's family says his legacy is now cemented in a scholarship fund at UC Davis that as of today has now surpassed $50,000. His family says that's meant to support undergraduate students who are researching there on campus so that they can finish the work that Karim had only just started. We have a link posted on our website, cbs13.com, if you'd like to donate.
Yeah, they are definitely honoring him tonight. Ashley, thank you for that live report.
So that was nice, right? Yeah, I agree, Northwest. People are incredibly nice in Davis, as we're discovering. Such a horrific thing, and then what comes out of it is, something positive. So Let's see. We have a few more minutes. Oh, here I wanted to play this. This is nice too. We'll play this before we get started.
Special acknowledgement during UC Davis's graduation ceremony yesterday.
On the basis of his academic accomplishments, the Davis Division of the Academic Senate has posthumously awarded Karim Abou Najm the degree of Bachelor of Science in Computer Science.
Karim Abou Najm, the man killed by the accused Davis serial killer earlier this year, was awarded an honorary degree. His father received his degree at the ceremony. An empty chair was also left in Karim's honor.
So that's sweet. Yeah, Northwest, this trial seems to be dragging out unnecessarily. They are crossing all their T's and dotting all their I's, that is for sure. I guess they're leaving nothing to chance. What's up, Baka? Doing a little dancey dance. Lily Wayne dropped by to say hello. Thank you for the like. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Yeah, phase 2. So, Northwest, how long do you think phase 2 is going to be? Like, so I'm pretty sure state's going to rest. They said by Friday. We definitely have to hear from Officer Gonzalez. They brought him up. He's the one that actually handcuffed Carlos. So phase 2 is going to be, do you think it's going to be as long or longer or less? What do you guys think? Do you think it'll be a longer?
People of the State of California versus Carlos Dominguez, case CR 23-1391. All parties are present, jury is present, and we have Officer Jacob Story on the witness stand, and he is subject to cross-examination. Mr. Hutchinson, your witness.
Welcome back, Officer Story.
Thank you.
When we left off, we were at minute 3 of Exhibit H3. I want to just back up. I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit H1. This is the very first body cam recording when you arrived at the location.
Yes.
The district attorney showed you a clip from that earlier.
Yes.
The clip the district attorney showed you was approximately 6 minutes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
The full body camera recording is actually 8 minutes and 12 seconds.
Yes.
And at the very end of that 8 minutes and 12 seconds is when this unidentified law enforcement agent comes up to you and asks you if you're recording.
Yes.
And that's when you stop.
Yes.
So that portion was not on the clip showed to you by the district attorney.
Correct.
I want to go to Exhibit H2. And this is H2. At this point, Mr. Dominguez is already in custody, correct?
He's been detained.
He's in handcuffs surrounded by multiple officers.
Yes.
He is not free to leave at this time.
No.
This second clip is 9 minutes and 8 seconds.
Yes.
Now going back to Exhibit H3. This H3, this is the clip we left off at approximately 3 minutes.
Yes.
But the total length of this clip is 11 minutes and 1 second.
Yes.
At the beginning of this clip, Mr. Dominguez is handcuffed with his hands behind his back, sitting on the curb, surrounded by multiple officers.
Yes.
I'm going to fast forward to approximately 3 minutes. And we're going to resume playing at 3 minutes. Mr. Dominguez at this point still seated on the curb, surrounded by, it appears, 5 officers, at least 5 officers, including yourself.
Yes.
Stop at 340. Should have asked you this question earlier. So we can have some reference. This street right here, where there's a patrol vehicle parked, what street is that?
That is Colby Drive.
Colby Drive. So if this cursor were a person and was to turn and start walking this way down Colby Drive, they would be heading south?
That would be west.
West.
Yes.
And so this street right here that we are, Mr. Dominguez is detained on, what street is that?
Pine.
And facing, from your vantage point, if you're facing down this street, what direction are you facing?
North.
approximately 4:21. Do you hear a helicopter overhead?
I do.
Was that a law enforcement helicopter, or was that could you tell what type of helicopter it was? In terms of whether it belonged to law enforcement or news media?
I believed it to be in news media.
Does Davis Police Department have a helicopter?
No, we do not.
Stopping at 4:47, at this point, just visible, including yourself, there's 4 officers surrounding Mr. Dominguez, and then the 2 motorcycle officers returned. So a total of 6 officers.
Yes.
And there's other officers outside of this camera angle.
Yes.
And we got a helicopter hovering overhead.
Yes.
And now people are starting to gather and watch.
Yes.
782. Oh. That's the picture, is it sure? Or did I? No, I think I fucking took a picture. I forgot to send it. Yep. 782. You know, stocky. 774 is where it is. Interesting. Pretty yellow. It's not pretty fucking nice in my bag. Yeah, so like last time. Which is weird.
So, sir, at this point, 5:19 recording, you are having a conversation with Officer Nasca?
Yes.
Is it Nasca or Nasca?
NASCA.
Nasca. And you elected to leave your body camera recording while speaking to Officer Nasca?
Yes.
Did you hear the other officer just reference 762?
I heard him say that, yes.
So he said he found an address for 762 Hawthorne?
I believe that's what he said. I wasn't aware of the relevance of that.
Let's back it. You hear that other officer said something, I asked 762 or something to that effect?
Yes.
What officer is that?
That's Officer Squibbs.
And you would later learn that 762 Hawthorne is where Mr. Dominguez lived?
Yes.
I think so.
So even with the wrong address, these officers were able to locate his home within a matter of minutes?
Yes.
Now, at this point, everyone just waiting around, staring at Mr. Dominguez while he stares straight ahead, correct?
Yes.
How far of a drive is it from the Davis Police Department to this location with normal traffic?
5 to 10 minutes.
Do you know why it's taken the detectives so long to get here?
I do not.
You hear, back up 10 seconds, this as it's 7:10. I want you to watch Officer Gonzalez, okay, as he approaches you. Okay, did you see with his right hand, he kind of made a gesture up and down? Did you see that?
I saw him gesture.
What did that gesture mean? What did you interpret that gesture?
I interpreted him pointing over his shoulder.
Okay. At who?
I believe the detectives across the street.
Can you tell what detectives are back there from this?
From this picture, or from knowing what I know who it is?
Based on your experience, can you recognize who was over here at this point?
Yes.
Who was it?
I saw Detective Yu and Detective Muscardini.
So these two gentlemen in the back here, who Officer Gonzalez had just been speaking to, that's Detective Yu and Detective Muscardini.
I believe the gentleman on the far right there is one of the other assisting officers that we saw earlier. But Detective Yu and Detective Muscardini were present there.
So if they're already at the scene, what are they doing over here just talking? Direction speculation, if you know.
Yeah, overall, don't speculate.
I don't know.
Okay, Officer Gonzalez kind of leaned into your ear and said something. Could you understand what he said?
He told me to go speak to the detectives.
What did you just do there, sir?
I removed my body camera.
Why did you do that?
To go have a private conversation with the detectives.
So you actually took your body camera off your body and set it on the ground?
Yes.
Why would you do that simply because you were told to go speak to detectives?
Because, like I said, I wanted to have a private conversation with the detectives away from the detained subject, from Mr. Dominguez, the specific content of which I was not sure at that point.
This is, as we already said, the most important investigation of your career.
Yes.
What could possibly have been said during that conversation that you did not want to have on your body camera?
I don't know if they were going to have any sensitive information of their own that I was unaware of related to the investigation.
And so you didn't want this sensitive information to be recorded on your body camera?
No, because I did not know what that content would be.
What? Was there anything that, did Officer Gonzalez gesturing like that, was that a gesture you understood to remove your body camera?
Not at all.
So you just made the decision to remove your body camera entirely on your own?
Yes.
No one said or did anything to you that gave you the indication that the detectives wanted to talk to you without your body camera on?
No.
So starting at 7:35, what we are looking at here is the vantage point of your body camera on the sidewalk facing Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
While you are across the street speaking with Detective Yu and Detective Muscardini.
Yes.
stopping at 9:58 in recording, we have seen two gentlemen just walk into the picture.
Yes.
The gentleman in front with the khaki pants, blue long sleeve shirt, it says police in the back, that's Matt Muscardini?
Yes.
And the gentleman behind him in the gray pants and appears to be the black polo, that is Detective Mike, you?
Yes.
Now, as they walk into the scene, at this point, we have probably somewhere more than 10 law enforcement officers from multiple agencies and multiple patrol vehicles around.
Yes.
In addition to unmarked vehicles.
Yes.
And then as soon as Detective Muscardini and Detective you walk in, suddenly people start leaving, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about your conversation with them across the street. That was not recorded on your body camera.
Yes.
But you remember that conversation?
I remember not the specific contents, but the generality.
They were telling you they wanted the officers to leave?
I don't recall if they mentioned that specifically.
Did they tell you that they wanted to question Mr. Dominguez, but they didn't want to advise him of his Miranda rights?
No.
So was there ever a discussion of, you're familiar with what Miranda is?
Yes.
And basically, before you can question a person who is in custody, you have to advise them of their Miranda rights, correct?
If they've been placed under arrest, yes.
Well, it's whether they are in custody for purposes of Miranda.
Yes.
Right? You understand there are circumstances where a person may not be technically under arrest, but is in custody for purposes of Miranda.
Yes.
Was there, and at this point, Mr. Dominguez, he's surrounded by more than 10 officers, multiple patrol cars, in handcuffs, with a helicopter overhead.
Yes.
Was there ever a discussion of Miranda in your conversation with the detectives?
No.
Okay. What did they tell you why they wanted everybody to leave?
I don't recall them telling me why they...
Then why did everybody suddenly start leaving?
Objection, speculation.
Overall, just tell us if you know anything.
I don't know.
So when this recording stopped, at this point, when you turn off your body camera again.
Yes.
This point, you and Detective Officer Gonzalez have backed away by a patrol vehicle.
Yes.
And ahead of you, you see Detective Muscardini and Detective you speaking to Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
Who at that point is still handcuffed, sitting on the sidewalk.
Yes.
By a patrol vehicle.
Yes.
That's your patrol vehicle.
Yes, it is.
The vehicle you were by, was that Officer Gonzalez's patrol vehicle?
Yes.
At this point, that army of law enforcement all left, correct?
Yes.
The only people who remained at this moment was the two detectives.
Yes.
You and Officer Gonzalez.
Correct.
You stood back and observed while Detective Muscardini and Detective Yu spoke to Mr. Dominguez for approximately another 30 minutes.
I don't recall the specific amount of time.
You turned off your body camera, though.
Yes.
And you stood back there and watched with with Officer Gonzalez.
Yes.
Ultimately, you saw the officers put Mr. Dominguez in the back of your patrol vehicle.
Yes.
And once he was being put in the back of your patrol vehicle, you did activate your body camera one final time.
Yes.
Going to Defense Exhibit H4.
Roll it in the front seat.
This clip is approximately 41 seconds.
Yes.
In the background, you can see Detective Muscardini standing in the back of the patrol vehicle.
Yes.
By the back door.
Yes.
The back right door.
Yes.
And although it's not clear, you know that Mr. Dominguez has now been placed in the back of the patrol vehicle.
Yes.
Detective Yu is now directing your attention to the bag with the food and the knife.
Yes.
Roll it in the front seat of the car.
Pull back?
Yes.
Yep.
As far as
Fine. Yep.
he's getting ready to go.
Okay. You got a key? There's one in there.
How do you get his bag? It's in the front seat.
And we now see stopping at 226. Although there appears to be a fifth officer down the street in a patrol car.
Yes.
Okay. But also there's only 5 officers. At this point, everyone from the neighborhood is out watching.
It appears that way, yes.
And the helicopter is still above.
Yes.
Is it car?
Yes. Key in the ignition.
Great. Take that.
This one?
Yeah.
And sir, when you reviewed your body cameras prior to testifying today, in the format that you watch it, you can see the specific time that it starts, correct?
A time stamp or the time?
Time stamp.
Yes.
In other words, for whatever reason, the videos we hear in court don't have a timestamp. You agree they did not have a timestamp?
Yes, they did not have a timestamp.
And by timestamp, I'm meaning what, whether it's 402, 403.
Yes.
But when you watched your cameras before coming to court, the version you watch have timestamps.
I honestly don't recall noticing if they did or not.
Okay. Having reviewed body cameras, do they normally have timestamps when you watch them at the station?
I don't remember if they do or not.
You're leaving on your trip this weekend?
I am.
Are you working before you leave on your trip?
No.
So you're not planning to go back to the Davis Police Department?
Well, I'm returning there this afternoon, depending on when we finish here.
Okay. Would you be able to review your 4 clips and email Mr. DeMora the specific times each clip began and ended?
Yes.
Okay. Would you do that?
Yes.
Sir, I'd like to ask a little bit about when Mr. DeMora asked you about running someone through dispatch.
Yes.
If you were to pull me over speeding on 113 and I was to give you my name and my name and date of birth.
Yes.
You could call into dispatch and run that through.
Yes.
And so if I gave you the name Daniel Hutchinson with a date of birth of December 17th, 1978, you could run that through dispatch.
Yes.
And if I had a driver's license, there would be a record of that.
Yes.
But if I gave you a name that was slightly off, or a birthday that was off, so if I said my name is Dawn Hutchinson, and it was November 17th, 1979, would there be a hit to me?
A hit may return if there is someone of that name that also has a California ID or driver's license. It may not be you specifically, but the possibility does exist that a return could exist.
If there is a Dawn Hutchinson with a birth date of November 17th, 1979, then it would hit, correct?
Yes.
But assume that my name is Daniel Hutchinson.
Yes.
And my birthday is December 17th, 1978. If I gave you a little bit incorrect information, it would not come back to me, correct?
Correct.
And you need to have a birthday to get an accurate hit when you run something through dispatch.
It helps, yes.
Because many people have the same names.
Yes.
You get a very common name like John Smith, Steve Jones. There could be hundreds, if not thousands of people with those type of names.
There could be, yes.
So that's why you need to have an accurate date of birth.
Yes.
And sir, if you have contact with an individual in the course of your job, if you don't activate your body camera, okay, and you don't run that name through dispatch, is there going to be any record of that contact other than your memory?
It depends. If I logged a call, say I put myself out on a call for service of public contact, then yes.
But, so you may say I'm out for public contact.
Yes.
But if you don't give the name of that person,
yeah,
is there going to be any record of who you spoke to?
No.
So if you speak to a person, hypothetically speaking, very quickly, and ask them, hey, what's your name? And they tell you your name, and you tell them, okay, you're good to go. And you don't turn on your body camera, all right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you don't run the name through dispatch.
Yes.
And you don't log the call.
Yes.
Is there going to be any record of that contact?
No.
And sir, over the course of your career, there have been many times when you've spoken to people in your job as a patrol officer.
Yes.
And many times when you did not turn on your body camera.
Yes.
Many times when you did not run their name and date of birth through dispatch.
Yes.
And many times when you did not put in log that you were out with a specific person.
Yes.
And for all those occasions, there's going to be no record of that contact at the Davis Police Department.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That was cross. Mr. DeMora, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Officer Story, in looking at the body camera images or clips, every time that you were observing or watching or in the direction or the area of Mr. Dominguez with your body camera on.
Yes.
From what we saw in the defense exhibits, H1 through H4, when did you turn off your body camera?
When I stepped away to have a private conversation away from Mr. Dominguez.
Why did you keep your body camera on every time you were looking at or around Mr. Dominguez?
Because our policy dictates that we activate our body camera when we're conducting law enforcement activity in contact with a subject.
Were you also trying to ensure that because as what was brought out in cross-examination, this is probably the biggest case of your career up to that point, that you documented everything that Mr. Dominguez was doing or not doing?
Yes.
In your contact, your initial interaction with Mr. Dominguez, when you were asking questions, his name, is he a student, and things like that, did he look like to you that he was looking at you and responding to what you're asking?
Yes.
We had talked about the bag that he was holding, and on cross-examination, you were asked about his actions and how that drew your attention to, his actions and other things. What, if anything, about the way he was holding the bag piqued your interest at all?
He made sure that it was being held closed, rolled up, the top rolled, and in a manner that none of the officers around could see the contents.
Did he seem to be holding it kind of tightly, closer to bleeding?
Stand.
How did it appear to you that he was holding this bag in addition to being closed?
He was holding it close to himself. Yes.
What did you think when Officer Gonzalez asked Mr. Dominguez to see his hands, to see these cuts on it, and Mr. Dominguez was still holding that bag, I believe it was in his right hand, rolled up. He didn't even put it down at that point.
This is an outside scope cross.
I think so. I feel like we can see and make the observations there as to the way the bag was being held. The jury has that information.
Yeah, Your Honor. We just spent cross-examination talking about Officer Story turning the body camera off and on, and that interaction and those conversations, and the time that he has the body camera on is relevant for redirect to show what he observed and what he was documenting at the time.
Okay, thank you. That was a limited argument in front of the jury. Make no matter of it, just the answers that you want to pay attention to. So I'll allow it. Go ahead. So the objection then after consideration is overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you. And so what did you, was that of interest to you when Mr. Dominguez was holding onto that bag when Officer Gonzalez asked to see things?
Not specifically, no.
Now, from what you observed in defense exhibits H1 through H4, and even the times that you had your body camera off, is there anyone who's talking to Mr. Dominguez?
Other than what we observed on the body camera?
Correct.
No.
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Can I approach?
Okay.
Officer Story, I'm showing you People's 33A.
Now, do you see those first three video clips on there?
Yes.
Thumbnails?
Yes.
Those appear to be the same three videos that the first three videos that the defense showed in H1, H2, and H3.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. So any follow-up? You cross.
Sir, he just showed you Exhibit 33A. Do you remember the name of the exhibit that he showed you with the clip that had been edited to remove the last 2 minutes?
I don't.
The bag that Mr. Dominguez was holding, did it have handles?
I believe so, yes.
Sir, isn't it true that the handles had been ripped off that bag?
I don't recall if they had or not. I don't remember noticing that.
I'd like you to assume that that bag did not have handles, and where there had been handles, it had been ripped off. Can you assume that fact?
Yeah, yes.
And assume, in addition to the knife, it had a, I guess it's a half gallon of almond milk in the bag.
There was some sort of liquid in a carton. I don't recall specifically what it was.
Size of a standard milk carton?
Yes.
There were 2 bags of bread?
There was, I recall bread, yes.
Assume there's 2 bags of bread.
Okay.
And assume there is a package of blueberries that you would buy at a store.
Okay.
And assume that there's a package of raspberries that you would buy at the store.
Okay.
And assume that there are 2 apples.
Okay.
And I've already asked you to assume that the bag has no handles.
Yes.
How would you have expected him to be holding the bag?
By the top in some way.
Okay. Well, he was holding the top with one hand clasping both sides.
Yes.
Okay. Assuming there are no handles, which way would you expect a normal person would hold a bag with those contents?
In such a way, or by holding from the bottom?
So either holding it from the bottom or clasping both sides?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay. All right, Officer Story, thank you for your testimony and your patience with the court, and have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dorr.
You call Joyce Fernandez.
Okay, Joyce Fernandez. Good afternoon. Come on all the way into this podium. Thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath. After you take the oath, and I want you to have a seat in the witness stand, 2 lawyers to ask questions.
Please raise your hand. You do solemnly swear that you're about to give the cause not be before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. Please be seated. Second person, last name for the record, and follow them both.
Joyce Fernandez, JoyceFernandez.
Thank you. Mr. Vanderhook, direct.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
What's your job?
I am an assistant director at UC Davis in the College of Biological Sciences Advising Unit called the Biology Academic Success Center.
Can you slow down just a little bit?
Yeah, I can try.
Thank you.
So I'm an assistant director in the College of Biological Sciences Undergraduate Advising Unit.
And as part of your job, do you deal with the academic performance of students?
Yes.
What do you do with respect to that?
So their academic standings are run 3 times a year through the University Registrar's office. And my unit reviews students who are in some sort of academic difficulty.
So when that gets noticed to you, what do you do?
So it's a fairly long process. It takes a few weeks to plan and coordinate, and then to execute and then meet with students. So we have email notifications that go out to students after they've been edited and reviewed, notifying them of what their academic standing is and the action steps they need to take in terms of advising and getting support from our unit. Our whole staff reviews student files, myself included, and we make, for those who are subject to disqualification, we make decisions on different forms of continuation or disqualification, and then we meet with those students.
So, at what level of academic performance would a student be subject to potential disqualification?
There's a variety of criteria for that. Most students are subject to disqualification because their quarter GPA or their overall UC Davis GPA is a 1.49 or below.
So is the cumulative GPA or the quarter GPA or both?
Correct.
So just having one quarter that's below 1.49 would be enough to get you, potentially get you academically disqualified?
You would be subject to disqualification, and there's an appeal process for students to go through.
What does that mean to be subject to disqualification?
The student's not meeting university standards, and by not meeting those, they are eligible for disqualification.
Is everyone who is eligible for disqualification then disqualified?
No.
So what's that process like? What happens? Like you get the notification that there's an academic rookie issue with the student. They're below that threshold GPA and they're subject to potential disqualification. What's the process like for determining whether this person is going to be disqualified or going to continue as a student?
Okay, thank you. So we have our advisors in our unit review multiple student files. Each student file has multiple eyes on it and multiple reviewers. They look at the student's academic record along with a 5-question appeal that students are emailed a link to fill out in the effort that we can provide a more holistic review of the student's academics and understand what led to them struggling that quarter or just during their time at UC Davis. And so we take all of those factors into account and what the student would need to do also to return to good standing to then make an action plan of, is this a continuation or is this a disqualification? And then we meet with the student to talk about the decision and action steps.
So it would be fair then that you have a wide area of discretion as to whether or not a student is going to be actually academically disqualified.
Okay, sustained. But could you ground us in a foundation in the relevant time frame? I'm just concerned that if policies have changed. I just want to make sure.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
These policies that we've been talking about, are they the same policies that were in place back in from 2021 through 2023?
Yes.
And do you have a broad amount of discretion in determining whether or not to actually disqualify a person?
I'm hung up on broad. I mean, I'm hung up on broad.
So you talked about taking a holistic approach. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So if a student is potentially subject to academic disqualification and review what's going on and you find that there are reasons that explain what the lack of performance is, say they failed 2 semesters in a row, but also their parents died each of those semesters, and so that was kind of troubling them. There's some kind of explanation as to what's going on. Do you have discretion to then say, hey, we're not going to disqualify the student even though they're below the academic threshold?
Yes.
And you talk about getting these notifications 3 times a year. What are the 3 times a year that you get these notifications?
Sure. So we set up our academic review at the end of once fall quarter grades have finalized, winter quarter grades have finalized, and spring quarter grades have finalized.
And in your position, in a typical quarter, how many students are being referred to you that are potentially subject to disqualification?
I mean, so they're not referred. I just want to, like, they are subject to disqualification based on university standards. We review, I would say, anywhere from 150 to 400 students a quarter. It's quite a range.
So I just want to clarify. So your office is not the office that runs the records to check if they're meeting the standards?
So the registrar's office runs all final grades, which then calculates GPA. And then we can pull lists and look at student standings that are on the transcript based on GPA units. And then we look at those.
So if a student is not meeting the standards, does the registrar send you the list of students that are not meeting the standard, or do you go and access the records and then run some kind of report as to who's not meeting the standards?
Yes, I work with a programmer in our college to access registrar data.
Understood. So the data that belongs to the registrar, your office and the person you work with has access and is able to run a report?
Correct.
And for that, is that how many people roughly quarter land on that report where they're below the academic threshold?
Right, so I mean, it would range anywhere from, well, maybe 150 is too low, 200 to 400 a quarter.
And so in your department, how many students are there total approximately?
Oh, in our college, shoot, 6,000 roughly, I believe.
And so the ones that land on this report is a relatively small portion of the overall number of students?
Objection leading.
6,000 students in biosciences?
In that particular college. There are 4 undergraduate colleges at UC Davis, and so our college has roughly 6,000.
How many colleges?
4.
Okay. All right.
We are the second smallest.
Okay. Right. And then you said 200 to 400 of those appear on the trigger register each of the quarters. Okay, I understand.
And
you pull a mic close to you there.
Thank you. And at some point was Mr. Carlos Dominguez one of the people that was indicated on one of these reports?
Yes.
Now, during the time that you worked at University of Davis, did you ever have personal contact, like face-to-face or phone contact with Mr. Dominguez?
No.
And so, did you have any email communication with him?
Yes.
Was this you sending him emails? Was this him sending you emails, or back and forth?
Only me sending emails.
And were the emails that you were sending related to kind of landing on this report of not meeting the academic threshold?
Yes.
Are you familiar with student transcripts at UC Davis?
Yes.
May I pursue the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'm handing you with the mark for identification purposes, people's 80. Can you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes.
Stipulated is the transcript of Carlos Dominguez.
Okay.
I can take it back then.
Oh.
Thanks.
I'm just, okay, great.
Foundation has been agreed to. Thank you.
May I follow the Your Honor?
Okay.
So I have people's 80 up on the overhead. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Is it too small, or should I zoom in?
I can see it decently well.
So from this transcript, can you see what semester Mr. Dominguez started taking courses at UC Davis?
He began fall 2020.
And is that the semester that's reported here in the bottom left corner of the first page?
Yes, that's his first quarter.
Okay, let me stop you. So it's you're publishing it, but it's impossible for the jury to read. So, and they mentioned this to me earlier, and I'm sorry I didn't circle it back with counsel. So thank you for zooming.
Is that better?
Yes.
I understand. And so for this first semester, does this list the courses that he took?
According to the transcript, yes.
And does it show what his grades were in those courses?
Yes.
And where do we see the grades?
They're the letters, the C, the P, the B, and the B minus.
All right. The C, is that a letter grade like on the A through F scale?
Yes, an A, yes.
What is a P?
A P is passing, so that course in particular could only be taken pass, no pass, and a pass is a C minus or better.
What effect would a pass have on a GPA?
It has no bearing on a GPA.
Does a no pass have a bearing on a GPA?
It does not.
What is WA?
I don't know.
And B and B minus, are those normal letter grades?
Yes.
So for this first semester, are you able to see what his GPA is?
Yes.
And do you see his cumulative GPA?
I do.
What are they?
His term GPA is a 2.52 and his UC cumulative is a 2.52.
And so is that how the university interprets GPAs? I see on the exhibit it's got a third digit, and does for your purposes, do you truncate to just the first two decimal places?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
So here on the transcript it says 2.523.
Sure.
Is it normal practice at the university to drop off that last number?
I mean, when I'm talking about GPAs, that's normal practice.
I understand. And so going to the next column, continuing at the top of the page, is this showing a new semester or is this just a continuation of the previous semester?
That's the previous semester, and actually it shows that at the end of the term he was on probation, but he repeated or had some incomplete graded, and then he was then in good standing.
I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I believe it.
So for fall quarter 2020, is that what we're talking about at the top?
Yes.
And then what was that last bit about? Not good standing, and then
Yes.
can you explain what you mean by that?
Sure. So if you go back down to the first piece, so it shows an EOT stands for end of term. And when end of term was called, this student was in good standing for GPA and academic notice, formerly known as probation, for units. And it looks like there was an incomplete that was then graded, so he caught up on units, and that's what the good standing in the upper part means.
Okay, so we talked about how you can be in bad academic standing for grades. Can you also be in bad academic standing for units?
Yes.
What's the threshold there?
Well, for subject to disqualification, you have to have 16 units or more of incomplete on your record, or be in academic notice for 4 terms in a row. So students don't find themselves subject to disqualification too often, 4 units only.
Okay, so this process of needing to have an incomplete now graded, is that something that's unusual or something that happens all the time?
It's not unusual.
Okay, so we looked at the fall quarter 2020. What is the next semester that we see on the transcript?
The next quarter is winter 2021.
And people that aren't familiar with the quarter system, is that the next quarter that actually happens, or is there a gap quarter, or is winter what comes after fall in the UCD quarter system?
Winter comes after fall.
So for winter quarter 2021, are you able to see the courses that were taken at that time?
Yes.
And can you see the grades?
Yes.
What are the grades?
A D, a C+, and a no pass.
So we're talking about P meaning pass. What does NP mean?
No pass.
When we talk about how a pass doesn't affect your GPA, does a no pass affect your GPA?
No.
There's an asterisk next to the no pass. What does that mean?
So underneath that line, it notes that the course was repeated and that grade is excluded from GPA, which a no pass is already excluded from the GPA.
Understood. So for this semester, what was the GPA?
So for winter quarter 2021, the term GPA was a 1.65 and his UC cumulative was a 2.14.
And so what do these last lines for the winter quarter indicate about what's going on with him academically at UC Davis?
So the end of term academic status, which again refers to GPA, he's on academic notice because his GPA was between a 1.5 and a 1.9. And his unit progress is in good standing.
So this academic status here, where it says academic probation, if they're above the 1.45 threshold, how are they on academic probation? What's that about?
So academic probation is different than subject to disqualification.
Okay. So what is academic probation then?
Right, so academic probation is their overall or quarter GPA lands between a 1.5 and a 1.99.
So it sounds like there is some kind of in-between land between subject to disqualification and totally in good standing, and that's academic probation? Or how would you explain it to someone who doesn't understand anything about this?
So good standing is a 2.0 overall, 2.0 in your quarters, maintaining a 12-unit average. So 36 units a year. If you drop below a 2.0 down to a 1.5, you're on academic probation, or what is now called academic notice. If you drop to a 1.49, you are then subject to disqualification. That's for GPA. Do you want me to explain the unit piece?
Can you?
I can try. So again, good standing is an average of 12 units a quarter, and you see that where it says 03 degree progress average. It says 12 units. Yes, 12 units. We're actually taking that 24, which is his total units, and dividing it by 2 to get the 12 for the average. So in future quarters, that number 2 will go up to like 3, 4. So I'm looking at the average. If it falls below 12, then students are on academic probation.
If a student is on academic probation, is there a limit to how many semesters they can be on academic probation, or can you just be on academic probation your entire college career?
Consecutively, if you are on academic probation consecutively for 4 quarters, you are then subject to disqualification.
And does that follow the same holistic process that you talked about before?
It doesn't, no, it's different.
And so is that a more strict process? Or less strict? How is it different?
Okay. We have a few different ways in which we support students who are first quarter probation versus second quarter probation versus third quarter probation. First quarter students, we have some online learning modules built out that we encourage students to engage with and participate and complete. Second quarter probation students need to meet with an advisor, and similarly with third and fourth, because the concern is they're not resolving their record, so we want to make sure we have a touch point.
So moving forward to the next semester, on the transcript it says spring 2021. Do you see that?
I do.
Is spring the semester that comes after winter?
It is.
And what does it show for Mr. Dominguez's work in the spring quarter of 2021?
He received a C-, a C+, a B, and a C with a term GPA of 2.22 and an overall of a 2.17, returning to good academic standing.
So this sounds like it's above both the threshold for subject to disqualification and above the threshold for academic probation.
Correct.
So after spring, is fall the semester after that, or is there a summer semester quarter somewhere in there?
Summer is optional.
And so if someone took a summer quarter, would it be on the transcript?
It would.
So since here there is no summer quarter, what does that tell us?
That the student did not attend summer at UC Davis.
Okay, so for the next quarter that we have on the transcript, fall quarter of 2021, what does that show as happening during the quarter fall 2021?
The student received a C-, a D+, and an F. They earned a 1.07 term GPA. Their UC cumulative dropped to a 1.8. They are on, so they're subject to disqualification based on their term GPA, and their unit progress is still good standing.
So here where it says EOT academic status, it says SD. What does that mean?
Subject to disqualification.
What does EOT mean here?
End of term.
Okay, so what is this end of term min prog status? What does that mean?
Units. So is the student's minimum progress based on units in good standing?
I understand. So here, a little lower where it says minimum progress status good standing, that indicates that they're good on units.
Correct.
And where it says academic status subject to academic disqual, what does that mean?
That they are subject to disqualification based on GPA.
And if we look at a cumulative GPA though, it's still above that 1.45.
Right.
So how are they subject to academic disqualification?
Their quarter GPA is below a 1.49. It's a 1.07.
So just getting below that 1.45 in this fall quarter of 2021 makes you subject to academic disqualification.
Yes.
So is this something that would have come up on that report that you were talking about that your office runs, that this would have been something that showed as a hit on that report?
Yes.
What does your office do at this point once you have a semester like fall 2021 where the student is subject to academic disqualification?
So myself and a few others in our unit get lists of students based on the registrar's office data of students who are subject to disqualification. We go through those to check and see if any students are filed to graduate or have graduated and don't need to be on the list. So we do, a quality check. And then students are then queued up and reviewed by all advisors in our unit to determine what would the student need to do to return to good standing, and then decisions are made of what form of continuation, or does the student need to be disqualified.
So there's some level of outreach towards the student once they land on this list.
Yes, so we have a system that I upload emails to. I edit every term to provide deadlines and dates to students, letting them know this is your standing, this is what this means, please take these actions by X date. That includes meeting with an advisor.
And so going to the next semester, winter quarter 2022, do you see that?
I do.
And what are the grades for that? Keep saying semester. Winter quarter, what are the grades for that quarter?
A B, an A-, and an F. And again, that F is excluded from the GPA. However, at end of term, it was included. So that's why end of term shows subject to disqualification. for GPA and then probation for units. The term GPA actually, that includes the exclusion. So the term GPA with the F removed is a 3.35 and the UC cum is a 2.07.
The term has the F excluded?
Yes.
Does the UC cum have the F excluded?
Yes.
And so the F is excluded from all the GPA calculations that we see?
Correct, because it was repeated at some point.
And so what's that process, how you can repeat and have a grade excluded from GPA?
Students at UC Davis get 16 unit for unit exclusions.
And so is the only way to get an exclusion to repeat a course, or is there other ways to get exclusions?
That's the only way.
So we see on this transcript that this is excluded because it was repeated. Would that happen as soon as the quarter ended, or does that not reflect on the transcript until they actually repeat the course later?
Right, it reflects after the course was actually completed, because yes.
So at the time that this student got their grades, they would have seen lower numbers than this because the F is excluded, or would they see these numbers?
So after winter of 2022, the numbers would have been different because the F would have been included. I don't know when the student repeated stats 13.
And so you talked about unit progress, and we saw that on the semester before, average unit progress was 12.25. And we see in the next semester he's taking 12 units. So how is it that the average has now dropped below 12 if he took 12 units?
He didn't pass 4 of them.
And so this minimum progress status does not include failed courses?
It does.
I'm really confused.
So this student...
What's not included in this degree progress average at this point? Or what is and what is not, from the winter quarter 2022, what is or is not included in this 11.4 figure?
This student only completed 8 units in winter 22. So that is why their degree progress average dropped from a 12.25 to an 11.4.
And so that's the B and the A minus.
Correct.
So when we see minimum progress status on probation, what does that mean?
That means that the students, can you move it a little bit back, please? Thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. That means that the students' degree progress fell below 12, which the 11.40 is below 12.
What kind of outreach happens towards the student at that point?
Yes, so they also get an email. They are told, like, this, you are currently, your grades from winter 2022 have resulted on a standing of probation. Do these things and meet with an advisor if you'd like to. We don't enforce an advisor appointment.
And so, going down to the next semester, sticking that semester, for minimum progress status, academic status, now says good standing. Is that based on the grades as they were, or the grades once it was repeated and excluded from GPA?
Right, it's based on the repeat. So the EOT is static, it doesn't change. What does change are the ones under degree progress average, because students do repeat or grades come in late, or different things may happen.
So for this end of term academic status SD that we have on winter 22, what does that mean?
Subject to disqualification.
And so So originally when they first got their winter quarter 22, would this academic status at the bottom also have said subject to academic disqual?
It would have, yes.
So it changes once you repeat.
Correct.
Going forward to spring quarter 2022, what does it show us about this semester?
The student earned a C+, an F, an A-, a B+, and a D-. This one also has a repeated course that is excluded from the GPA totals. And the term with the exclusion is a 2.4, and the UC cumulative with the exclusion is a 2.14.
I just want to understand the timing a little bit here. We have winter quarter 2022 happening, appearing on the transcript before spring quarter 2022. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the way they do it. It's winter. That's what they call it at UC Davis. What's it start?
January. So
January.
Fall is January through March.
Okay.
I'm sorry, winter is January through March.
And then, so when's spring then? If winter is January through March, then when is the spring quarter?
It usually starts the first week of April through second-ish week of June.
It's something you have to live through. It's all you've done. No, honestly, if all you've done is semesters and then they throw this quarter system at you, you're going to be scratching your head, for sure. Yeah.
So for this spring quarter 2022, where we're seeing these grades, we turn to page 2 and look at the top left. What does that tell us about their academic progress?
So at the end of the term, the student was subject to disqualification based on GPA, and probation continued based on units at the end of the term. And then they had that exclusion, which is why the other ones are different.
Sorry. Can you explain to me why it says for this term it's subject to dismissal, but then at the bottom it says academic status good standing?
So again, that end of term is static. It doesn't change. The other one down below is based on when we print the transcript. The student had an excluded repeat and their standing had changed. And so that's why you see that in this copy.
All right, so when we're looking at spring quarter 2022, back on the first page, we have this course here that's repeated, excluded from GPA. Is that something that would have caused that change potentially?
That is what caused the change, yes.
And so from the transcript then, it looks like we have subject to dismissal, oh man. Winter quarter 2022. Sorry. Subject to dismissal of fall quarter 2021, winter quarter 2022, and then again in spring quarter 2022.
Yes.
Going to the next semester, you see summer session 1, 2022, and then summer session 2, 2022. Are those the same quarter, or are those different?
They're 6-week sessions in summer. They're different.
Are summer quarters different than the rest of the quarters?
Yes.
Let me rephrase. Are summer session 1 and 2 happening at the same time or different times?
Different times.
So for summer session 1, what do we see?
The student earned a B- and a D+ with a term GPA considering the, oh wait, that one was included. A term GPA of a 1.7, that Stats 13 is included this time, and a overall cumulative of a 2.11.
Now for this area, we're not seeing the same where it says end of term status, minimum progress status, academic status. None of that is under the summer session. Is that not done for summer sessions?
It is not.
And so you talked earlier about how you get do these reports 3 times a year.
Right.
Is the summer quarter not get that?
It doesn't get it to the full effect that the other quarters do. I, along with a few others in our staff, do review students over the summer who had a dip in their GPA so that we can chat with them about action steps moving forward.
So for summer session 2, 2022, what do we see about performance there?
The student earned a D-, also being included in the GPA for a term GPA of 0.70 and a UC cumulative of a 2.04.
Going forward to fall quarter of 2022, what does it tell us about those courses?
So the student earned a no pass, a B+, an F, a B-, and I'm sorry, I don't remember what WA means. So the term GPA is a 2.18 and the overall is a 2.06. And they are back in good standing, so their term GPA and their overall GPA are both above a 2.0, and their degree progress average is over 12.
So fall quarter 2022, back in good standing, both at the end of the semester and with repeats and such.
Correct.
So this NP, that's no pass?
Correct.
But that doesn't affect your GPA?
Correct.
This F, would that affect your GPA?
Yes.
And this WA, does that affect your GPA?
No.
I think that's withdrawn.
I do too, but I didn't want to
Don't
guess.
speculate.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just prompting you. But if you know.
I thought it was, but I didn't want to guess.
All right, good.
Okay, so now we're into winter quarter 2023. Do you see that?
I do.
And for winter quarter, what time frame is that again?
That is early January through the end of March.
And so for winter quarter, it's Fs and Ws.
Yes.
And so what is the end of term academic status?
The end of term is subject to disqualification based on GPA and probation based on units.
And then for spring quarter 2023, it looks different. What's going on for spring quarter? It just goes from spring quarter and then it says transcript totals.
So the student was enrolled and then withdrawn by the university registrar on April 28th, 2023.
So April 28th, 2023, you're out of school.
Say that again?
You're out of school.
Correct.
So this area here, transcript totals, then that tells you what's going on across multiple semesters, and this is, what is that?
That's really a lot of the cumulative data. So their UC cumulative, any transfer units they've brought in, what the GPA is weighted, how many upper division units they've completed, how many excluded repeats. Those are the grade for grade repeats that are included. So lots of just the overall totals.
So then continuing, where it says continued, what is this telling us?
I'm sorry?
What is that telling us? on the second column on page 2?
That the student was not in good standing given their GPA, given the UC GPA standards.
And here we have page 3. Page 3 looks different than other pages. What's going on page 3?
So the student took a unit of physical education at Laney College that transferred over, and we apply that to their degree unit total of 1.5 quarter units.
Are you familiar with the UC Davis schedule builder?
Yes.
What is schedule builder?
That is what students log into to select courses and then register for courses.
And so this is to sign up for class.
Correct.
Do students use Schedule Builder if they want to, say, schedule a counseling appointment with someone over their academics, like a counseling session?
No.
So I'm handing you, the marked for identification purposes, is people 79. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
And have you seen, what is 79?
It looks like the UC Davis registrar, like info about Schedule Builder, what you would use it for.
And is that the publicly available information that tells everyone what Schedule Builder is and what it's used for?
I've never personally looked for this, so based on the URL, I'm going to say yes.
Objection, speculation, foundation, strike.
Good. I think we have a foundation issue here.
Thank you. So I want to talk about your communications with Mr. Dominguez. You mentioned that there was outbound emails, but no reply emails.
Correct.
Do you know if there, and when I'm asking this question, I'm only asking about your personal knowledge, not about anything you may have heard from somebody else. Do you have any personal knowledge, meaning that you've seen it yourself, about whether or not Mr. Dominguez was attempting to file an appeal with the school about his status?
I have seen it, yes.
And what was happening there?
Objection, foundation, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you see an appeal filed by Mr. Dominguez?
Objection, foundation, vaguest to time.
Sustained.
At some time, did you see an appeal?
Hold on just a second. She may have this, but what I'd like to know is her role in how she would come to that information. So some background.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So talking about appeals for academic status, how would you encounter that information?
We have a system where all the appeals are held by all the students who submit one, and I can enter a student ID and look up their appeal.
And do you know whether or not Mr. Dominguez had appeals for his academic status?
Objection, vaguest to time, foundation, hearsay.
Okay. Listen, why don't we take a break? Because I want to sort through this. I'm not familiar with the issue. So, thank you. Ms. Fernandez, I appreciate your patience. We have some more questions for you. Okay? And so we're going to take a break. This is going to be a 20-minute break. And then we'll resume after 20 minutes, so you're free to go. I'll see you in a little bit. To the jury, a little bit longer. I want to work with the lawyers on the evidentiary issue. Enjoy your break. Remember the three-part evidence. Thank you. Off the record.
Ooh, 20-minute break this time. Let's see if they come back and talk. See if they come back and talk. That'd be cool. if they let us hear what they're going to talk about. So it's about his appeals, or appeal. I guess he was appealing getting kicked out, basically. Let's see if they come back on the record and let us hear them chitter chatter.
Record outside the presence of the jury, it seems like we have a foundation issue with this witness. She seems to be involved in the process by which the students, I should say, are notified by email when they're not in good standing. And so she's familiar with that. She walked us through that. But I really don't know what role she plays, if any, in the appeal process, and all the information that she would have would be out-of-court statements offered for the truth of the matter. They could fall under business records. If we had any records, perhaps that foundation could be laid, or if she's a public employee, it could be official records. But it just seems like we're pretty far away from having a foundation here. But you made an objection, Mr. Hutchinson. Do you want to articulate that?
Yes. Ms. Fernandez she is more or less administrative. She sends out the notifications. She does not review the appeals. The person who would have the foundation to do that is Ebony Blackwell, who is under defense subpoena next week. In looking at Ms. Fernandez's statements, she gave statements which is clearly based on multiple levels of hearsay, not maybe some documents she saw. The problem is the people aren't trying to introduce the documents. If they have the documents showing this appeal, showing that they can bring them in and lay the foundation for business records. All the UC Davis documents exist. But the people instead are trying to get her to testify about what records she's allegedly seen without bringing the records, and she is confused. She's confusing earlier appeals with the incident in spring, because there was a time when you filed an appeal, because I've seen the documents. And so they should bring in the actual records with a qualified custodian of record who can lay the foundation for them.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Henry.
What I'm trying to establish with this witness is not the contents of the appeal, not the merits of an appeal, not the grounds for appeal, just that there was an appeal, and that way I can talk to her about how appeals affect whether or not someone is actually dismissed or not. And so she's talked about the grounds that someone would be subject to dismissal, and I want to talk to her about whether there was an appeal that would have changed Mr. Dominguez's track from academic dismissal. From the transcript we reviewed, it looks like he's been getting pretty dismal grades for a lot of semesters, and there should be some ability to explain why he's still in school after failing multiple semesters, and that is there was an appeal, and appeals need to be processed before someone actually is exited from the school. And so as far as contents of the appeal, I'm not getting into that. Just is she aware that there was an appeal for Mr. Dominguez? Once I can get that, then I can establish the date as to when these appeals were taking place, and then I can ask her how they would affect potential dismissal from the school.
Okay. And I think I prompted you, or I tried to. I don't know that this witness has the background to tell us anything about appeals. I never heard that was part of her job duties, and that she's involved in that process whatsoever. And that's what I was trying to prompt you at, and I never got that. Do you know, by way of offer of proof, whether she has any role to play in any of this?
I don't think she has any role in the appeals process, but I think she has knowledge as to how the appeals process affects whether or not someone when someone is ultimately dismissed from the school. And so this is...
was she involved at all in decisions related to the defendant?
Yeah, she's the one who ultimately emailed him that he was dismissed from the school.
Okay.
That was it. She decided.
Right, and so I would think that, of course, all questions related to what prompted that email, that's definitely admissible evidence with this witness. So that you can go into. We just don't have any foundation about her role regarding appeals. So I'm really at a loss, and I don't have the records which would confirm the dates of the appeals or appeal. I don't know if there are more than one, and what it really means. I just feel like we're lost, and the foundation hasn't been laid that this witness can tell us and advise the jury in a meaningful way as to what an appeal is and how it's processed and so forth. Why can't we get somebody? It sounds like we have somebody next week.
I have Ebony Blackwell under subpoena, and I was advised by counsel for UC Davis she is the person who can lay the foundation for these records. The people are apparently not trying to bring in the actual records, but ask a clerical employee who is confused about the truth of the records because she doesn't actually review them. She's repeating basically hearsay. And
I'm going to exclude, I'm going to allow the prosecution opportunity to lay a foundation, but right now I haven't heard a foundation. It doesn't sound like I'm going to hear a foundation from this witness regarding questions concerning the appeal. But like I said, questions concerning the email notifying the defendant of his standing are all fair game as to this witness. So I hope that helps with the guidance here. So that objection on foundation grounds as to the appeal at this point is sustained, and we'll see. Does that make sense? Okay.
As an offer of proof, there was no appeal from this incident. There was no response to the email. And there was an appeal in an earlier semester, and she is getting that confused, and the prosecutor is asking her about, was there an appeal? That's my concern. And so we should bring in a person with the records.
So the parties know when the appeal took place. There's no dispute regarding this.
Yes, so I assume they would bring in the records.
What date was the appeal?
I believe it was from the semester before. There was an earlier appeal.
Oh, you don't know. You can't tell me right now.
These records are convoluted.
Anyway, I've made my evidentiary ruling that she doesn't have she can't lay a proper foundation for any testimony regarding the appeal. If you want to try, you can try. Anyway, that's my guidance. Okay, and the ruling on the objection. Thank you, folks. Enjoy your break. Off the record. 15 minutes, so 3:20.
Well done, Judge. Well done. I thought that was good. All right, so let's go through our little break here, or I'm sorry, a recap. So, coming out of our lunch, it was Officer Jacob's story, and again with the the body cam, right? So it was cross. So they didn't show. There was like 3 videos, and the state only showed 6 minutes, but apparently there was 8 minutes and 12 seconds. There was a second video that was 9 minutes and 8 seconds. There was a third video that was 11 minutes and 1 second. So I want to pull up Colby Drive and Pine Lane. I'll pull that up at the end. The helicopter, we heard a helicopter, and they were asked, is that law enforcement? Is that media? It ended up being media, that Davis does not have a helicopter. Then there was a gesture. It seemed like he was pointing to the detectives across the street. Gonzalez, at one point, Officer Gonzalez, and I hope we hear from him, because he actually was the one that put the handcuffs on Carlos. I hope, we've heard from so many witnesses. I hope that we hear from the person who actually handcuffed Carlos. So anyway, at one point, Gonzalez leans in and tells him to go, and you don't hear what he says because of the helicopters, but he said he told him to go speak to the detectives. He removes his body cam. He literally takes it off and puts it down. As we found out in Officer Shore, Michigan versus Shore, I guess if you hold it down for 3 seconds or you touch it, I forget, it's touch it quickly, 2 times activates it, holds it down for 3 seconds, deactivates it. Why didn't he just deactivate it? Why put it down? Anyway, so he removed his body cam so that he could have a private conversation with the detectives. Now here's where I'm like, I have a problem. And he says, just go up to this should be the policy. If you're going to have a private conversation, just go up to the detectives and say, hey, what's up, Bob? Oh, you know what? Carl, I need to have a private, sensitive topic, conversation with you. I think it would be best if we turn off your body cam. Okay, cool, no problem. Boom. Like, why is that so difficult? People would probably still be upset about that, but I'm even more upset at what he did versus just being transparent. All right. Anyway, so why? He was asked why, because he wanted to have a private conversation away from Carlos and wasn't sure what the content would be. So again, just go up and say, hey, what's up? Oh, I need to have a conversation with you that's sensitive. You're going to need to turn off your body cam. Cool, no problem. Boom, body cam's off. Okay, I get it. This is the most important investigation in his career. He didn't know if there would be sensitive information related to the investigation. He made that decision on his own. Again, it's just not sitting right. I get that they have to do this. This is their current policy. I understand that. I get it. But I'm just saying that would, I think, in my mind, make the trust level a little bit higher. Because right now, I'm like, why are you doing that? Who are you to make that decision? Why? There's detectives around. There's supervisors. Why aren't... Anyway, so then Hutchinson says an army of officers leave. So there were only like 2 detectives. He and Gonzalez remained. Carlos was placed in the back of a patrol vehicle. And then he asked him, you're leaving this weekend, right? He says, yep. Are you planning on working? He's like, nope. Then he's like, would you be able to review those 4 clips and email the state which clips, when the clips ended and when they began? And he said, yeah. So that's what he's doing right now. He says you need a birthday to get an accurate hit. And he says it helps because people have same names. Bob Smith. You need to have a birthday. There are many times he doesn't turn on his body cam, call in to dispatch, and then there's no log of that whatsoever. So, yeah, that makes sense. I get it. Body cam isn't on 24/7. Okay. Let's see. Then we get to Joyce Fernandez. She's the assistant director at I think I got this right, Biological College Advisement. Anyway, she's like, she's an advisor. Well, she doesn't really advise the kids, I don't think. She just kind of keeps track of their GPAs, their records, and all this stuff. So I guess she says she works with students that are in trouble academically. You are disqualified with a GPA of 1.48 or lower. Students are not meeting university standards, so they may be disqualified. She says they look at this holistically and they take in all factors, and then they make a decision and they take actionable steps. Carlos was on one of those reports, but she never had a face-to-face with him. But she did send emails to Carlos, but he never replied back to her. So Carlos started in fall of 2020, and I really wish that he would put together this graph at the very end and say, okay, so here's his GPA, fall of 2020, then here it is, and then here's winter of 2021, then here's spring of 2021. Then I need a graph, to really tie this together. So anyway, here are my notes. So he started with a 2.25 in fall of 2020, and then he went to a 1.65. Now, these were just terms. And then spring, he had a 2.2. And then fall of 2021 at 1.07 overall. Yeah, his overall was 1.8. Like she gave overalls really good, but then, I guess hold on. I did take screenshots. Okay. All right, so fall of 2020, I had a 2.52. So there was nothing to strike against. So that's why there was no overall. All right, so then winter, he went down. Let's see if I can get winter. I know I took screenshots. So he had 1.65 winter. His overall, I got a screenshot, but did it actually show? 1 point, no, I didn't get a screenshot of that. Shoot. So I just started taking note of his overall. So fall of 2021. So he's gone through, he's already gone through a year, and he had a 1.07 GPA overall in the fall of 2021. So that's what triggered a 1.8 is subject to disqualification. So that winter of 2022, he had an F, but that was excluded. So he had a 3.35 GPA. So that brought his GPA up to 2.23. So he's in good standing. He's still on probation, but he's in good standing. Then in spring of 2022, he had another F that was excluded. So he had a 2.48. So that was his term. And then he had a 2.14. So he went from a 2.23 down to a 2.14. Then in the summer, he went down to a 2.11. So 2.23, 2.14, 2.11. Then there's 2 sessions in summer. Then he went down to a 2.04. And then in the fall, he actually went up to a 2.06. And then winter, he had 3 Fs and 2 withdraws. And he had a 0.00 GPA, and he went down to 1.82. And then spring of 2022, he got the boot. So then he took a physical education at a college, community college, I think it was, and that was applied to UC Davis. And then this is where they get into his appeals. So he was trying to appeal it. So then the judge was talking about the state saying defense is saying she lacks foundation. They're actually going to bring in the woman who worked with the appeals. Her name was Miss Blackwell, I think it was. Where I wrote it down? I think it was Ebony, maybe. Miss Blackwell. So she's under subpoena for next week. So she's actually going to come in and talk to us about the appeal. So this witness, Miss Fernandez, is not. She doesn't have the foundation. She doesn't have the knowledge, I should say. So, Nan R. I was very uncomfortable with the body cam being turned on and off while somebody's being held. Looks questionable to me. Yeah, I mean, and that's their policy. I get it, but let's look at that policy. Just go up to the person and say, hey, what's up? Oh, I need to talk to you. It's going to be some sensitive information. Turn off your body cam. Cool, no problem. All right. And I know people will have problems with that. They're like, oh, what was that sensitive information? But that just is, at least is more transparent versus either turning it off or just putting it down on the ground. He literally just took it off, put it on the ground, and then we could still see him. But it's just weird, right? It's just weird. Green-eyed cat. I think a lot of young people just struggle with the freedom. No one is telling them they have to study or go to class or what time to go to bed or get up. Things can go downhill in a hurry. I can attest to that for sure. Yeah, I went to a technical school. I went to college for a couple years, and quite honestly, I got tired of learning about art history. I'm like, dude, I want to get my hands on. I want to get my hands on. I want some hands on. So I went to a technical school, and then here I am. I'm a graphic designer and a streamer. Didn't even go to school for graphic design. Never went to school to learn how to be a streamer. So school's good for certain things. On the job training is good for other things. Technical schools are really, really valid, and universities are really, really valid. It just depends on what you do. Look what the Germans do, right? I think when you're like 10, 11, 12, they ask you what it is that you like, and then they kind of push you, or not push you, or they encourage you to go into certain, they encourage you to take those classes versus all this other, basket weaving 101, and I get the whole well-rounded individual. I get all that, but I don't know. Look at the engineering that comes out of Germany. It's like it's unequaled because they're studying it for 10 years before they're even like 20. All right. Let me see what's going on here. Like if I was given Oh, are they back already? Whoop. All right. I gotta stop talking and get the feedback up. Okay, that's not the right feed. Hold on a sec. I guess they never took it off. I'm sorry. I guess they never took it off. All right. Thought that they did. Hey, Kathy, just got home and ate. Now this finally, cool. Just Shamrock, I would not be a good college mom. I feel blessed. Mine are naturally academically inclined. I actually wish they rebel and get wild sometimes. Careful what you ask for, Just Shamrock. Careful what you ask for. Right? That's all I got to say about that. I can't tell if they're live or not. This is driving me crazy. All right. I guess this is the first time that they've actually just left the stream up. Usually they take this stream down. Right? So I'm saying, right? Just be careful, careful what you ask for. You know, at the end of the day, you just got to trust that you raised your kids right. They're going to do the right thing given certain situations. So it's like when you go out to eat with your, 5, 6, 7-year-old, you can't, that's not the time to discipline them. The time to discipline them is, teaching them how to behave. I just never understood that when parents yell and scream at their kids when they're out in public. It's like, no, that's not. Oh, okay.
And these were subpoenaed by the people. The court will produce the 2 packages, both from UC Davis to the prosecution, subject to the Discovery Act. Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to bring the jury in for the afternoon session. Thank you. Off the record.
I do, yeah.
Okay, all right. Ms. Fernandez, thank you again. And like I said, we have a few more questions. Go ahead, counsel.
If a student is being dismissed from the university for academic performance, is there an appeals process associated with that?
Yes.
What is your level of involvement in the appeals process?
So I manage the entire process of subject to disqualification for our college, so I'm sending the emails to the students to fill out the appeal.
So I want to pause you there. You mentioned that you, what is it you sent them regarding appeals?
An email, and like I send the overall email that says, hey, you're subject to disqualification. This is why. If you'd like to appeal your disqualification, please click on this link and fill out the 5-question appeal. If you'd like to accept your disqualification, email us here.
And so this is part of the routine email communications you send out for people who are subject to dismissal from the university.
Correct.
And this appeal that students do, is that part of kind of this holistic process that you were talking about before?
Yes.
And so, other than sending out the link saying, there's the ability to appeal, what involvement do you have in the appeal process?
So if I'm reviewing students who are subject to disqualification, I review their appeal alongside their academic record if they submitted one.
Do you do all those reviews, or is that work shared with other people in your office?
Our entire staff is well trained to do these reviews. Our training takes over a year.
And have you gone through the training?
I lead the training.
Excuse me?
Yes, I lead the training.
And so you're well versed in the appeals process and how the appeals are reviewed.
Yes.
And so how is it that an appeal affects the dismissal process? So for example, if a student is subject to academic dismissal and they file an appeal, does that halt the process? Are they getting, is there a drop dead date where they're going to be dismissed anyways? Like if someone files an appeal, how does that change the course of the dismissal process?
Because it's holistic, there's not like a one-size-fits-all. Each student is explaining what led up to their struggle that quarter, what they plan to change to do better the following quarter, if they have plans to change majors. And then as advisors, we're thinking about, okay, well, how could the student adjust to their schedule for the next term to help them return to good standing? Could they apply for some sort of retroactive action to help them return to good standing? Or is this person's deficit too large, or their history continuing to repeat itself, that we need to change things up a little bit, issue a disqualification, and help them come back through the readmission process?
What's the readmission process?
For a student who wants to return to UC Davis, they would put in a petition through their student account that says, I want to come back, and advisors review those to determine whether they are eligible to return.
So these appeals then are processed by your office, and you're the person in charge of that process for your college?
Yes.
So with respect to Mr. Dominguez, at any time during his entire time at UCD, did he have appeals?
Yes.
During what times did he have appeals?
So he wasn't disqualified prior to, well, all I can speak to is the last one. The last one is the one that I saw. That's the only one that's still in the system. Previous quarters are not. I can't access the appeal on my own.
Understood. So the last one, the one that you do have knowledge of, when is that from?
Winter 23.
If a student is subject to dismissal for any particular quarter, and I keep saying semester, for any particular quarter, do they have to file an appeal each time that they're subject to dismissal for each quarter?
So I'm gonna, yes, if it's if they are subject to disqualification, they've returned to good standing, and they're subject to disqual again, then that they do have to file an appeal. If they're subject to disqualification for multiple quarters in a row, there is no appeal process. Their record is still reviewed.
Can the process of filing an appeal and the need to take that holistic approach to the appeal cause any delays in the dismissal process?
Yes.
If a student is subject to academic disqualification and they file an appeal, how long can that kind of drag out the process of the disqualification?
So I create a calendar for our advisors. We offer disqualification appointments for a set duration of time throughout the year because we want to get students in so that we can give them action steps to return to good standing. So once our appointments have concluded, then I run through and I clear out the system and finalize contracts and do other administrative things. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
It does.
Okay.
2 follow-up points. We talked about on the transcript how it talks about where it says cancel 20 April 23. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
When a person is disqualified or canceled or whatever this is, are they dropped from their courses?
Yes.
And so for Mr. Dominguez, if we have this cancel date of 20 April 23, when would he have been dropped from his courses?
That day. So I would have submitted his name and student ID to the registrar's office. I don't know what exact day I submitted it, probably the day before or that day. And then they're very quick in taking action to drop students.
So you talked about counseling appointments and how people can schedule counseling appointments to meet with academic advisors. You were talking about that?
Yes, can I provide a clarification?
Please.
So we have advisors and we do have counselors and the roles are separate.
What's the difference between an advisor and a counselor?
Sorry, so advisors are very academic focused and extracurricular based to enhance the student experience. Counselors are the mental health support.
And if you wanted to create or make an appointment with either an advisor or a counselor, what processes could you use to do that?
So for our center, our office, we have an appointment link on our website for students to make an appointment.
Could a student email make an appointment?
They could, but that's not the traditional route of an appointment.
What's the traditional route?
You click on the link, you find a day and time that works for you, and select it to confirm and make the appointment.
And is that link the same thing as scheduled?
No.
How about you?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Yes, I've got some documents first.
Okay. Deputy, would you do me a favor and pick up this exhibit? Thanks.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fernandez.
Hi.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here today. You probably received a subpoena from me for next week.
I did.
I'm going to ask you some questions today, most of which can be answered with a yes or no response. Unless I specify, I'm asking what you personally observed, what you personally saw or heard, not what other people told you. Okay? Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. If I'm asking what other people told you, I will specify.
Okay.
Before today, you've never seen Carlos Dominguez in person.
Correct.
You've only seen photos of him in the media.
Correct.
Before today, you've never spoken to Mr. Dominguez in person.
Correct.
He's never come, you've never observed him in your office meeting with someone else.
Correct.
And there are other people in your office who perform the same job you do? In terms of what you've been describing today?
Advising or the academic difficulty process?
Well, you talked about each semester 200 to 400 people being subject to disqualification.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do all that work by yourself, or are there other people doing the same job?
I have I do not do all that work by myself.
So there are other, sending the emails, contacting these students, are you the only person in your college who does that?
Yes.
Okay. Then what do other people help you with?
Reviews and appointments and contract creation.
So all the information you've been testifying here today, UC Davis has records showing that.
Yes.
Okay. So, if I understand the appeal process, when a person is subject to academic disqualification, they will be sent an email telling them that they're subject and they can file an appeal. Correct?
Can I elaborate? No? Because it depends.
Okay. It depends. Does it happen sometimes? You send them an email advising them of how to file an appeal.
Yes.
And this is subject to academic disqualification, which means it's a potential.
Correct.
Once you are expelled, there's no appeal.
I don't work in expulsions.
So you don't involve... We spoke about the April 28th when Mr. Dominguez was separated, correct?
Disqualified, yes.
Disqualified. Means the same thing as separated from the university, doesn't it?
Depends on how they were separated.
It means you're no longer a student.
Disqualified, correct.
Okay. So as of April 28th, 2023, he was no longer a student at UC Davis, at least according to your office.
Yes, and the transcript.
There is no appeal from that, correct?
There's readmission.
That's a different procedure, readmission. When we've been talking about appeals, I think people may have been left with the impression that there was an appeal after he was disqualified from the university.
There was not, it was before.
Okay. An appeal is something that happens prior to disqualification.
Correct.
And you said Mr. Dominguez had appeals prior to winter of 2023.
I said I assumed I could not speak to them. I had not seen them.
But you would recognize an appeal if I were to show it to you, you would recognize it as an appeal, correct?
Yes.
And it's basically a 5-question document that is sent to them.
It's a link that they fill in, yes.
And that link goes to a 5-question document.
Yes.
And then they are told to answer that 5-question document.
Yes.
That document is titled CBS Subject to Disqualification Appeal Form.
Yes.
And when they submit that appeal, there is a notation on the bottom of the form that indicates when it is posted.
Yes.
That means when you receive the appeal.
When the student submitted it.
And Mr. Dominguez submitted an appeal on January 3rd of 2022 at 10:35 a.m. in the morning. Let me show you the Defense Exhibit J. Is that an appeal form?
Yes.
It doesn't have the name on it, correct?
No.
Can you, based on your experience, can you identify that as an appeal that was submitted by Carlos Dominguez?
In our system, yes.
Well, you testified about how familiar you are with the system, correct?
Yes.
And you're the one who handles all the appeals.
Yes.
Okay, so my question to you, is that an appeal that Carlos Dominguez submitted in January of 2022?
It does not have his name on it.
Well, you're familiar, you said you're familiar with his records.
Is that I don't know if that's a question.
Are you the person we should be asking these questions about, or is Ebony Blackwell probably the best person to be asking these questions to?
I'm not sure what you're asking. So Ebony has a role in this. She doesn't manage the process.
Okay. Assume, for the sake of argument, that UC Davis sent me those documents. That document you have right there, who can look at that and say, yes, this is the appeal submitted by Carlos Dominguez in January of 2022?
I would have to cross-reference it with our system. That I would click on his student ID and click appeal, and this might be what shows up.
I think there's a stipulation, Your Honor, that is an appeal submitted by Carlos Dominguez.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a document produced in response to a subpoena. Anyway, you have stipulation. That's the end of the story. That's what it is.
This is Defense Exhibit J.
To the jury, when we've had this happen a few times, when the parties stipulate to something, that means you, the jury, must accept that fact. Okay? It's no longer in dispute. So that's an example of it. That document is an appeal, January 3rd, 2022, 10:35 a.m. That's what it is.
Just one moment here.
Okay.
I'm going to publish what's been previously marked for identification as Defense Exhibit J. Ma'am, does this appear to be the subject to disqualification appeal form?
Yes.
Up on the top, there's a date in the top left-hand corner that says May 23rd, 2023, 2:44 p.m.
Yes.
That means the date this document was printed or generated.
Yes.
Scrolling to the bottom, we see a date saying posted.
Yes.
That's January 3rd, 2022
Yes.
at 10:35 a.m.
Yes.
And that is the date that, once again, there's been a stipulation, this was Mr. Dominguez's appeal, that he sent it to you, correct?
Yes.
So basically he fills out a appeal form and then hits submit.
Yes.
And there are 5 questions that he is supposed to answer.
Yes.
So the first question, number 1, states, and just back up, this is January of 2022. This is approximately 1 year or 16 months prior to when Mr. Dominguez was disqualified from the university, correct?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I want to make sure we just are clear. We're talking about January of 2022, not January of 2023. Do you see that right there?
I do. So this was for fall 2021 grades, not winter of 23.
So he had grades in the fall of 2021 that made him subject to disqualification.
I'd have to refer to the transcript.
We went through that transcript a lot of.
Sure, I didn't memorize it.
But unless he had grades that made him subject to disqualification, he wouldn't have to file an appeal, right?
Correct.
Okay. Could you, the first question, could you please read that question for the jury?
Yeah, I'm going to object to a reading because it speaks for itself.
Well, it does. Yeah. We don't need her to read it out loud. You know, it's been published.
All right. So, ma'am, looking at the first paragraph, it states, I won't read the whole thing on it, but I plan to change a lot of things this quarter, starting by getting a psychologist. You see that?
I do.
I've been struggling with my mental health for quite a while now.
I see that.
I plan on talking to my advisor to see if Davis offers any programs that would be able to help him out.
I see that.
Help him out appears to be a typo.
It does.
He goes on, I also plan on changing my major to psychology.
Yes.
Biosciences can be a very difficult major.
Yes.
There are many people who start UC Davis planning to be biosciences majors and struggle academically.
Yes.
Well, if there are 200 to 400 kids or students in your college each quarter who are subject to disqualification, that's a significant number of people who are struggling academically. Wouldn't you agree?
I would.
Many of those ultimately change to a different major that may be less scientific based, correct?
I wouldn't make that claim, no.
So you don't believe any people who start out as bioscience majors switch to history or psychology?
I wouldn't say many.
Prior testimony.
Okay, overall, you can answer.
I wouldn't say many.
Okay, ma'am, I won't read it out, but let's look through it. It appears to be written in complete sentences in January of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. There are typos.
Yes.
So it's not probably written as formally as someone would probably want to do in an appeal. Would you agree it's best to write it as formally and in detail as possible?
I think that's best, yes.
And so even though there's typographical errors, as we scroll down, it's in complete sentences, you're able to read it.
Yes.
But he failed to answer question number 5.
Yes.
And it says no response, incomplete appeal submission.
It does.
Now, that question number 5 says, what majors
Overruled. Go ahead, you're asking a question.
Question number 5 says, what majors outside the College of Biological Science have you considered or would you be willing to consider that will allow you to achieve your personal goals?
Yes.
Overruled.
Suppose a person in January 2022 only wants to be a bioscience major. How are they supposed to answer that?
In a former question, they said psychology.
Okay. So but we're going to get to that. But suppose a person only wants to be a bioscience major. How are they supposed to answer that?
They would need to answer different majors that they've perhaps considered, and some students may say, I haven't considered another major.
So the fact that this person in the first paragraph, and there's been stipulations, Mr. Dominguez said he's planning on changing his major to psychology.
I see that.
So he should, if he was going to answer this properly, he should have answered that in question 5 as well.
That would have been ideal.
Okay. So you would agree this, and you see here he doesn't capitalize Davis. You see another word misspelled right here, W-H-I-H-C. You see that?
I do.
Would it be fair to say that if you want to have an appeal that has the best chance of success, you should write in complete, grammatically correct sentences?
No, we're looking at content.
So if it's sloppy with typos and it doesn't look like they put much work into it, you don't consider that at all?
No, we're looking at content.
So
so it doesn't, if the content is written in a way that's difficult to follow and doesn't look like they put much thought and effort into that, is that something you consider?
Are you asking me if that has any bearing on a disqualification?
Well, no, on appeal. Do you ever have a role in hiring people?
Yes.
Okay. If someone submits a resume and cover letter that is pristine, grammatically correct, and with no typos, and another person has one that hasn't even been proofread, isn't that something you consider?
Yes.
Okay. So in an appeal, do you consider whether it appears the person is putting effort into their appeal to write clearly, without typos, without mistakes? Is that something you consider?
No.
So presumably, since Mr. Dominguez remained a student, his appeal was granted.
Yes.
Now, after Mr. Dominguez got all Fs winter quarter, he was again, of winter quarter of 2023, he was again subject to academic disqualification.
Yes.
And you sent him the same email about filing an appeal.
Yes.
And on April 8th of 2023 at 7:49 p.m., he submitted the appeal form.
I don't know the date and time.
You did indicate that you actually saw the appeal he said in April.
I did.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit K. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that the appeal form Mr. Dominguez submitted on April 8th?
Yes.
And you actually saw that one?
Yes.
And it includes the posted April 8th, 2023 at 7:49?
Yes.
So this is approximately three weeks before he was ultimately disqualified.
Yes.
And did he were his responses in this form as lengthy as they were in the January of 2022 form?
No.
Were they all one sentence?
Yes.
So let's permission to publish on it. Okay. So in answer to the first question, which asked him to explain what contributed to your poor academic performance, all that he responded was, the reason I struggled this past quarter was due to academic difficulties I was experiencing as well as other personal problems.
I see that.
You would have expected someone to provide a little more detail to that question.
It would be helpful.
The second question was, what changes are you making to ensure that you will be successful in the upcoming quarter?
Yes.
And he wrote, this upcoming quarter, I plan on attending more workshops and office hours to improve my academic performance, to be in good academic standing at the end of the spring quarter.
I see that.
That's pretty simplistic, concrete answer. Would you agree?
Yes.
Question 3, what would it look like for you to take a break from UC Davis? Would you be open to exploring during the break? And his only response was, I would focus on getting back on campus to finish the major I'm working on.
Yes.
objection to a line-by-line reading of the
So it's okay for him to do this, and he's asking the witness what her interpretation of that. So I'm going to allow, this is short, and I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
He doesn't even answer the question, does he?
I think he does. I think the break he would focus during the break how to get back on campus.
It's a very simplistic, concrete answer. You would agree?
Yes.
And he doesn't capitalize or have the apostrophe in the I'm, correct? Just lowercase im. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
The next question, what are your personal goals and career objectives that you think a CBS major will help you achieve? You see that?
I do.
And his answer is, they can help me graduate and stay on track with the major and career I tend to complete.
I see that.
What does that mean?
The first half, I would need to speak with the student, and then the second, the CBS major leads into a career that they'd like to pursue.
You would expect someone who is a biological science major to give a more thorough, rational answer than this, correct?
Yes.
And then the last question, and you would agree, whatever that answer means, it's very simplistic and concrete.
Yes.
Question 5, what majors outside the College of Biological Sciences have you considered or would you be willing to consider that will allow you to achieve your personal goals? And all that he said was, I'm considering to move my major to the College of Letters and Science.
Yes.
You would have expected, once again, a very simplistic, concrete answer to the question.
Yes.
Looking at this, you saw this appeal?
I did.
It was clear to you this person wasn't taking the appeal seriously. Based on the responses, did you believe this person was taking this appeal seriously?
I wouldn't make that assumption.
When you read this, what was your reaction?
That there was very little there.
You would have, given the situation this person found themselves in, you would have expected them to put more effort into the appeal. Would you agree?
I would like that, yes.
And because you didn't know Mr. Dominguez, you had no knowledge whether this was his best effort or not at the time.
Correct.
But just looking at it from a purely objective basis, it did not appear like this person was putting an effort into this appeal.
Again, I wouldn't assume that. I don't know this person.
You don't know this person. Well, I'm asking, what was your reaction when you saw this, if you recall?
I do, and my reaction was, oh, there's not a lot there. These are very short responses.
And did you make an assumption as to why these were these short responses?
No.
That was the last communication you ever had with Carlos Dominguez, that when he sent something to you.
I've never spoken with Carlos.
I understand, but at least with this document, he sent something to you.
Yes.
Or at least he submitted it. It didn't go directly to you.
Yes, he submitted this through our appeal process.
So he at least sent information to you.
Yes.
That was the last time he sent anything to you or your office.
I don't know.
Do you have any recollection of him sending anything additional to your office?
I don't know if he sent anything to individual advisors. All I have is this.
I'm asking, okay, based on your personal memory, this is the only
submission you received from Carlos Reales Dominguez.
Yes,
But you sent him multiple follow-up emails.
I did.
It's called Defense Exhibit L. I'm showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit L. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it now?
This is one of 3 reminder emails I send students who have not yet made an appointment with an advisor.
So in addition to filing the appeal, he was supposed to make an appointment with an advisor?
Yes,
You sent this appeal, this email is dated April 13th, 2023,
yes,
and it says it was your second email reminder.
it does.
That means you sent him a prior email as well.
Yes,
And that email would have been sent after he submitted his April 8th appeal.
yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted. So we've got this running thing. If you're going to read, ask a question. Because it's up there and we can all read it.
So, and ma'am, do you have the exhibit in front of you?
I do.
Could you do me a favor, look the exhibit number on the back, please?
The letter.
Oh, do you want me to name it for you?
Yeah.
L1D?
It's L.
L.
Yeah, the 1D means identification.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It's just court business.
So, this email was sent on April 13th at 7:26 a.m. Correct?
Yes,
Now, it says from Joyce Fernandez to Joyce Fernandez, so I'm a little confused.
so I BCC students who have not made an appointment, and I BCC them so they don't know which other students have been subject to disqualification. So I end up sending it to myself and BCCing the students.
Explain what BCC is.
It stands for blind carbon copy. Students don't know who the email was sent to outside of themselves.
So, but this is being sent to Carlos Reales Dominguez,
Yes,
and you're referencing a prior email you sent him?
when I say this is the second, yes.
And there are links for him to make an appointment?
Yes, so I reference where the original email came from that provides the instructions for the process, and then also the appointment link.
And you indicate he should contact you if he has any further questions or concerns.
I do.
And your initial email to him, the first email, he said the same thing, contact me if you have any questions or concerns.
I do, yes.
He didn't respond to that email, correct?
No,
This second email, did he respond to that?
no,
And ultimately you sent a third email,
I did.
and did he respond to that?
No,
And then ultimately, after he filed that one sentence answer appeal and did not follow up on any of your emails, you sent him another email that he had been disqualified.
I did.
When did you bring that email with you to court today?
No,
When did you send him that email?
it would have been after the third email reminder and after we wrapped up our appointments.
The date he was separated, that was April 28th.
Yes,
When did you send the email that said he was separated?
I don't know, close to that date.
So, did you review the email before you testified here today?
No, I did not.
you received no response to that email at all?
No.
And you believe it was close to April 28th?
I believe so.
But as you sit here today, you don't recall what specific date and time you sent it?
I do not.
Once, I guess the April 28th date, is that when instructors are notified this person has been disqualified?
Instructors are not notified.
Okay. How do instructors become aware that someone is being dropped from their class because of disqualification?
They aren't notified. The student is dropped in the system, and they fall off the roster.
Fall off the roster. Is there any reason if Mr. Dominguez was separated on April 28th, can he still attend the classes he was enrolled in the spring of 2023?
No.
So is there any reason why he would be going to his classes after April 28th?
No.
If a person is separated or disqualified, would they make an appointment with an advisor to talk about their degree progress?
Some do.
But they're no longer a student.
Correct.
And how long would the email you sent Mr. Dominguez, did it advise him how long he would have to wait until he could reapply for admission?
So our standard is a year.
Were you asked to bring that the email you sent to court today?
No.
But once again, you are under defense subpoena for next week?
I am.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right. Then Mr. Vanderhook, any redirect?
Very briefly, defense was asking you about the date of your email. You couldn't remember the date. You remember that?
Right.
Looking at the email, refresh your memory on what the date was.
Yes.
I can print this later, but looking at the email, does this refresh your memory?
Can I pull it closer?
Sorry. Does this refresh your memory?
It does.
All right. What was the date?
April 25th, 2023.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
That's a narrow redirect. Any questions on April 25th, 2023?
So he just showed you just a copy of the email, or he showed you the email?
He did.
But there's more on that email than simply a date, correct?
Yes,
Did you include an attachment on that email?
I did.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor, and we will see you again next week.
Okay, she's subject to defense subpoena. Okay, Ms. Fernandez, I appreciate it. Thank you for your testimony. Have a good night. Okay, Mr. DeMore, do you have a witness?
Yes, people call. Officer Leo Gonzalez.
Okay, great. Officer, thank you for your patience. Come on into the podium here. The clerk will give you the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause not before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Leo Gonzalez, Leogonzales.
Thank you. Director Sam, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Gonzalez.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
The City of Davis Police Department.
What do you do?
I'm a police officer.
And how long have you been a police officer?
Just under 9 years.
And is that all with the City of Davis, or did you come from another police agency before that?
I came from another agency.
Where was that?
It was in the state of Kansas.
And is that part of your 9 years as a police officer, or have you been a police officer longer?
That is part of my 9 years.
In May of, actually April, and into May of 2023, where were you assigned? Or what was your assignment?
I was a patrol officer.
You remember May 3rd of 2023?
I do.
Were you on patrol around 4:02 p.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched somewhere?
I was.
Where was that?
It's an area check near the area of Hawthorne and Sycamore. And this
Check. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's an area check. What do you mean by an area check?
it's basically just a check of the surrounding area, either at a given location that dispatch is sending me to.
When you do an area check, are you usually provided with information as to why it's necessary to have a police response?
Yes.
And for this area check, did you have such information?
I did.
What information did you have?
The reporting party contacted dispatch and advised that a subject matching the description for the suspect in an open homicide investigation.
And with that information, at the time, have you been familiar with what the suspect description was?
I was.
Did you respond to that location for that area check?
I was en route, yes.
When you got into the area, did you run into, well, you eventually located the suspect, correct?
I did.
Prior to that, did you have contact with any civilians?
I did.
Who was that?
Mr. Justin Schaefer.
When you saw Mr. Schaefer, did you have a brief conversation with him?
I did.
Did he provide you any information?
He did.
What did he provide you with?
He pointed to a subject that I had passed while I was driving and advised that he had been following him for about an hour.
The person that you had passed driving prior to talking to Mr. Schaefer, had your attention been drawn to that individual before Mr. Schaefer pointed him out?
He did.
Prior to talking to Mr. Schaefer, what was that individual doing?
He was walking eastbound on Villanova, which would have been the opposite direction of how I was driving.
Other than matching the description, was there anything unusual about his behavior that jumped out at you?
Not that I can recall.
So, that individual you saw that was walking, was that the same person you eventually ended up going and speaking with after Mr. Schaefer pointed him out?
Correct.
And you see that individual in court today?
I do.
Can you point to describe what he's wearing?
He's just to your left. He's wearing a black suit.
And what shirt and tie?
Gray?
And is that Mr. Carlos Dominguez?
Yes.
And the record reflects the witness identified the defendant.
Okay, it does.
All right, so from the time you first saw Mr. Dominguez, the time you talked to Mr. Schaefer, the time you go and eventually talk to Mr. Dominguez, how much time passed?
Since I originally spoke with Mr. Schaefer to when I spoke with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
I attempted to speak with him originally, but was unable to. Finally, when I did, maybe 4 minutes have passed.
Now, at the time that you were on patrol, did you have your body-worn camera on your vest?
I did.
And was it function?
It was.
Right. Did it capture the events of your contact with Mr. Dominguez?
It did.
I'm going to show you People's 33C for identification. Screenshot on that. We have a stipulation, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. This is the body camera of Officer Leo Gonzalez on the day in question. Transcript will be marked next court exhibit in order. Before you start that, I note that it's 25 minutes. Is it your hope to play the whole video?
Yes, I understand that.
Let's just work for 5 more minutes. Let's cut it off today at 4:20.
Sounds
okay.
Good.
Yeah. Thank you,
Your Honor.
Excuse me. 49, walking behind the subject. All in the building. Excuse me. Can I talk to you? He just turned southbound. I mean, he's not responding to me. Yeah. He just kept walking. No, not at all. Yeah. All right, I'll follow you.
Pausing at 106. Officer Gonzalez, was that Officer Story that you were talking to?
That was.
And did Officer Story make first contact with with Mr. Dominguez?
He did.
And then you followed him?
I did.
So far as refusing to respond back to us, he's more on mine than me.
Pausing at 2 minutes. Want to approach with People's Exhibit 25J. And
Officer Gonzalez showing you People's 25J. You recognize this as a Google map of the area of Villanova and Sycamore Park and Pine.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of that area?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
All right. If you could, using this blue pen, mark with an X where you first saw Mr. Dominguez, and then from that X, draw with an arrow to this red circle. And does this represent the path where you first saw Mr. Dominguez to where you and Officer Story spoke with him?
Yes.
Please switch to the overhead momentarily. Permission published on.
Okay.
Motion 25J. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of first contact or first observations of Mr. Reales Dominguez to where he was stopped?
Yes.
Thank you. Please switch back to the video.
We're able to have a fine and hold.
Your last name?
J-O-A-S.
J-O-A-S?
Yeah.
And what's your date of birth?
1999. 10.
10 of 99?
Is there a reason you're collecting my information, or?
So, the reason we're talking here right now is, are you aware of what's been going on in the
About,
city?
like, the whole, like, Davis?
The homicides and
Yeah.
stuff. So people are calling in all kinds of stuff. They're calling in anybody and everybody that, matches, potentially matches the description of that person. And so we're not saying that you are that guy or anything. We're responding out, making contact, saying like, hey, this is what's going on. We're having to investigate every possible lead that we have. Do you live nearby here?
Yeah.
Where at?
It's 2 blocks.
3 blocks? Okay. Are you a university student?
Yeah.
Oh. You're pausing at 331. Probably a good place to stop. Looking at your arm on the video.
Okay, all right, great. So Officer Gonzalez, thank you for your patience with us today and your testimony. Good night, we'll see you at 9:30 for testimony tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, you're excused and you can walk out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks. Okay, to the jury then, tomorrow's a normal workday except no later than 3 o'clock. We will not work past 3 tomorrow. So enjoy your evening and remember our 3-part admonition at all times. All right, have a great night. Thank you, folks.
All right, so they are ending for the day, and tomorrow's only going to be, well, not a half day, but they're ending at 3. But I'm going to stay here just in case they come back. And then I want to show I found let's see. I found something I want to show you guys. Just hold on a sec. Yeah, the joggers with the stripes. Need a squeak cap and gown. Drunkie. It's the joggers with the stripes that stand out. To me, he looked like he was wearing a skeleton outfit. Oh, they're back. maybe not. They just fooled me. Yep.
Record outside the presence of the jury. I do want to ask, Mr. DeMore, I mean, we already saw Officer Story and the interaction with the defendant. Is there something we're going to get different here, or is this 352 on this video we're watching?
There is going to be some overlap, but unlike with Officer Stories broken up into different segments, this one just goes for 25 minutes straight.
What is it that you're trying to get out of this? I mean, we got to feel, is there something that is important here?
Right, there is the search, there's observations of when the officers look into the bag and see the knife. There's a repeating of the same 782 Hawthorne. And so those all, and it also shows when he was placed in handcuffs and detained.
Right, we didn't see that.
Correct, and
Right.
I think based on the cross-examination of Officer Story, that's all going to be relevant to showing the context and the exact sequence of events as well.
All right, thank you for sharing that with me. Okay, what issue did you have?
Oh, I did not have an issue. Mr. Rainer is going to cover an issue, but I'm scheduling. I just want to let the court know we are on track to arrest tomorrow.
Who am I going to see tomorrow after Gonzalez?
Detective Yu, Sergeant Muscardini, the Amazon employee as well, which Mr. Rainer is going to discuss.
All right,
as well.
Muscardini, Yu, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, and Gonzalez and Amazon. Okay, Mr. Rainer, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Just regarding the Amazon person, there was an objection concerning some Amazon records, and I had prepared a proposed redacted version of it, but there were certain searches that I filed in a motion that I was hoping to get in, or asking to get in.
So I got that motion. There's a search for a knife, January 5th of 2023. Search for, quote, gifts for woman on January 5th, 2023. Search for almond milk on various dates, and search for wraps on April 12th, 2023. Mr. Hutchinson, did you see the motion in limine filed by the people regarding these searches, and do you have a response?
Yes. My concern is these are based on that spreadsheet with multiple columns, which no one seems to understand how to interpret. As the court noted, the search for the knife and purchase was admitted, and I didn't object, and I should have, but the knife is not in dispute. He ordered the knife, and that was not in dispute. Now they're going to try, these are not orders, these are searches, and we don't know what these columns mean. And so I made the objection, there needs to be someone from Amazon who can testify.
Well, let me interrupt you there. I mean, it sounds like we have the person, right?
Yes, and so we've gone through, I think we made it through 5 layers of bureaucracy before we finally got to the actual person to come in. We have them slated for tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Let me stop you there. Okay, so they're offering proof is that they have a foundation for this. Any other objection?
I still haven't got a statement. They gave me a name, and then they told me the name is not the person. That was just the attorney. Now I have a John Franklin Blackmer Sarah, which apparently was emailed me today at 11:45. They gave me an address in Santa Cruz, no statement. I still don't know what. I would like someone to tell me what this spreadsheet means, because no one seems to understand. Now they want to call a witness tomorrow, who I'm just learning.
Okay, let's assume for a second that they could lay a foundation. Is there any other objection to these 4 searches? I mean, it just seems pretty innocuous. I don't see a problem with it if they actually had a foundation for it.
I don't think it's relevant, but I would object. Relevance 352. We're going into searches for almond milk.
Well, it's not 352, and it's not going to take very much time. So those objections are overruled, and subject to the Discovery Act on foundation. But if you can lay a foundation, you can do this. That's fine.
Yes, and our investigator was finally able to interview the person. As soon as I got the recording of the interview, it was forwarded to Mr. Hutchinson moments later, and then there was a follow-up written report.
This is all we're doing. You can pursue this, and I don't have a problem with it.
When was this forwarded to me? I would have expected in the middle of trial I would be handed a flash drive with a recording. And when was this forwarded?
Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Dang it. Oh, that's a bummer. Now hold on, let me see if I can find it. Doggone it. I hate these feeds sometimes. It's what you got to deal with. The joys of finding a feed that doesn't like crap out on you. Oh man, they went to news instead. Well, that stinks. That stinks. Throwing my pen, throwing my papers. That's it. I'm going home. That stinks. Yeah, when was this forwarded to me? I was expecting a flash drive. Cuts off. Doggone it. All right. That's what you deal with. All right, so let's go through, let's recap what we've heard since the break. So Miss Fernandez, let's see. Ms. Fernandez, she manages the process for disqualifications. She sends out the forms to students. It's an email. If you would like to appeal, then click on the link and fill out the form. She reviews the appeals if submitted. The entire staff is well trained. She says it takes over 1 year. She leads the training and is well versed in the process. Carlos had appeals and can just speak, and she can only just speak to the last one. Previous quarters she can't access on her own. Hey, there's my buddy. What's up, Dwayne? How are you today? Let's see. Why can't I pull you up, Dwayne? Stop it. There you are. How are you? Hello to everyone. I forgot that this trial was in California and would still be on live. Just popped up in my feed. Good to see you as well. Yes, we do miss having Deanna May. I know. Well, maybe next week after she's through having fun camping. So the only one that she can access is the winter of 2023. So then Cross gets up, and it got a little spicy on her end. She definitely seemed like Miss Fernandez was a little defensive there. But she says she's never seen Carlos, hasn't spoken to him, has never seen him in person before. She's the one that sends the email and how to file an appeal. She doesn't work in expulsions. Disqualification means you're no longer a student. The appeal was before Carlos was actually kicked out. She would recognize an appeal if she saw it. So he brings it up. So the link. So she sends this link, and it goes to 5 questions. So it's CBS College of Biological Sciences. We were wondering what his major was earlier. I knew that, but there it is confirmed. Subject to disqualification appeal form. So January 3rd, 2022 at 10:35, Carlos submits his appeal. There's no name on the form. He asks, Mr. Hutchinson asks Miss Fernandez, is that an appeal that Carlos submitted? She says, well, it doesn't have his name on it. Are you the person we should be asking, or is Ebony Blackwell the person we should be asking? Got a little snarky there. She said, well, Miss Blackwell does have a hand in the process. Then she's like, who can tell us that this was submitted by Carlos? She says, I would have to cross-reference it in our system. So then the defense stipulates that this was the appeal. The judge agrees. And then the judge explains what a stipulation is to the jury. I love this. This judge is like, he's fantastic. So then they go through the 5 questions. So let's look at these. Let's look at these questions. Let's look at them. Shall we? Let's look at these questions. Because I was interested what they were as well. Hold on a sec. Let's look at these questions. All right. So, you struggled academically last quarter. Briefly, you contributed to your poor academic performance Briefly, what contributed to your poor academic performance in any and all past quarters where you experienced academic difficulty? Note, please bring any documentation that will support your explanation with you to your appeal appointment, that is letters from doctors, etc. I have to pull it up here so I can actually read it. I plan to change a lot of things this quarter, starting by getting a psychologist. I've been struggling with my mental health for quite a while now. I plan on talking to my advisor to see if Davis offers any programs that would be able to help him out. I also plan on changing my major to psychology. I'm taking stats and GES and 2GES to make sure I get my GPA is up, because I need a 2.5 to change my major. Then spring quarter, I plan on taking Psych 41, which stats 1.3 is a requirement for this class. I want to make sure I will be successful in this class, as well as taking the prerequisite it has. I started looking for tutors for stats and want to actually ask for help. I know I struggled with this last quarter and don't want to make the same mistake. All right. So then the next question is, what changes are you making to ensure that you will be successful in the upcoming quarter? He says, I don't think I would benefit taking a break from Davis. I don't have social security number, which means I wouldn't be able to work, but I would have to find somewhere to work to help my mom pay bills. And then it gets cut off. I'm not sure what that says. Maybe my mom wouldn't be able to help since she already has to worry about keeping up rent and taking care of my younger siblings. I really do want to stay in school and keep studying. Hold on a sec. All right, so that's that one. Now let's go to the next. Let's see, is this the next one? Okay, here's the next one. All right, I got to pull it up over here so I can actually read it. All right, so question number three is, what would it look like for you to take a break from UC Davis? What would you be open to exploring during the break? So he says, my goal with my career is to become a nurse and work my way up in the medical field. I want to graduate, David, with a 3.5 or higher, which looks difficult because of my grades that I have right now, but I think I can accomplish this. I want to improve my mental health as wealth, and I feel like accomplishing all of this will help. It'll take time, but going to therapy, getting tutors, and asking for help when I need it will get me where I need. What does that say? Not quite sure. Is graduate from Davis and go into a nursing program afterwards. Question number 4 is, what are your personal goals and career objectives that you think a CBS major will help you achieve? He says, yes, I mentioned this earlier about wanting to switch my major to psychology. I look at the requirements on my degree, and most of my credits from CBS can be applied to a psychology major. I know I want to switch my major. I'm already working on this and talked about it with my advisors. Question number 5 is, what majors outside of the College of Biological Sciences, CBS, have you considered or would you be willing to consider that would still allow you to achieve your personal goals? No response and complete appeal submission. This was posted January 3rd of 2022 at 10:35. So, interesting, right? So that's those are his questions, or those were the appeal questions that he replied to. So he said he wanted to see a psychologist and ask for help. He wants to change his major to psychology. Bioscience is difficult. They talk about the typos. We just saw them, read them. She looks at content and so she said, oh yeah. So she was asked, so if somebody writes the response to the appeal, and it's typo and sloppy and not full sentences, what do you guys do? And she's like, well, we don't look at that. We just look at the content. So then I thought this was brilliant. He's like, well, you hire people, right? She's like, yes. So if you saw a resume, one was pristine, one was full of, not even proofread, do you consider, what would you do? Is that a consideration if someone puts effort into the appeal? And she says, no. I think I would challenge her on that. If you got two resumes and one person, it was perfect, beautifully designed, blah blah blah, and the other one was just a sloppy mess with typos, you'd be like, yeah, that's not even going to make it past. So I don't know. So anyway, I think maybe whatever. She would expect a biological sciences major to give more thoughtful answers. She would have liked someone to have put more effort into this. She doesn't know the person, and her reaction was, these are very short responses. She doesn't make assumptions, though. She sent out 3 emails, and then she sent out the separation emails. So she sent out 3 emails, none of them were replied to. So you can't attend classes after separation. I mean, you guys were saying you can. Of course you can, but what's the point? Because you're just wasting time. And, if they're not going to your credit, then what's the point? You're just paying for nothing other than the education. But then again, you're not getting the credit. So you have to wait 1 year to apply again. And then she is on the defense subpoena for next week. So we definitely will hear from her next week. Then we heard from Officer Leo Gonzalez. So he's the actual arresting officer. There were 2, Officer Story and now Officer Gonzalez. So Officer Story was the first. We saw his body cam, and his whole body cam was a little sus because apparently he turns it off whenever he wants to. That's their policy. Anyway, so he first confronted Carlos, but it was actually Officer Gonzalez that actually handcuffed him, but we'll get to that on Monday. So anyway, he got the call. He located Carlos. He talked to Justin. We heard from Justin on day 4. He's the guy that his wife, he had kids. They went to the park and all that stuff. He was on the phone talking to prospective employer. So he talked to Justin before, and Justin pointed to Carlos. Unusual, other than he fit the description. Not sure, didn't really stand out. But to Officer Gonzalez, he did. So his body cam was on and working. He makes contact. So he's walking behind Carlos, and he's like, excuse me, can I talk to you? Carlos just kept walking. And then he walks back to the patrol truck, I should say, a vehicle, and he talks to Officer Story, and he's like, he's not responding to me. So Story says, okay, I'll follow him, and he takes off. Then Gonzalez gets in his truck, takes off too. And then by the time he gets there, Story had already stopped Carlos. Gonzalez walks up on them both. Then we end for the day. Then we get into the jury is dismissed, and judge is like, well, we already saw Officer Story's body cam. Is there something we're going to get to different? State says, well, there will be some overlap, but this is straight. Instead of just, with Officer Story, we saw like 3, 4, 5 different videos. They were cut. This one is going to be just straight up 25 minutes, and we saw maybe 5 minutes or so. And the judge is like, he's like, what are you trying to get out of this? He's tired. I get it. So the state's like, well, there's the search. You see when law enforcement actually sees the knife, which we didn't see that before, and then you see the actual handcuffing. So I thought that was good. And then the state says they have Gonzalez is coming back, but then they have 3 more. And I'm like, oh my gosh, when is this going to end? When is this going to end? So they have a detective, another detective, a sergeant, and then an Amazon employee, and then Gonzalez. So and the judge is like, well, what's the point of this Gonzalez? Or what's the point of this Amazon guy coming in? We're going to see search for milk, search for wraps. The defense is like, well, the concern is that this is based on a spreadsheet with multiple columns that no one seems to know how to interpret. They're not orders, they're just searches. So then the state says, well, we're going to lay the foundation with this Amazon person. And then the defense is like, well, I've received this email at 11:45, and he wants to know what the spreadsheet means, and now they're calling this witness I just found out about. I get it. I'd be upset too. I'm like, are you kidding? You just told me about this. And the defense is like, and now their searches for almond milk, and he just kind of left it. So the judge overruled that objection. State's like, well, we forwarded it immediately. And then the defense is like, well, when he's like, when was this forwarded to me? I was expecting a flash drive. And then the feed cut off. So upset. Finally, we saw some spice in the 9 days and 55 witnesses, and we saw some spice, and they cut us off. All right, before I let you go, before I dismiss class for the day, I want to do this. This will be fun. Well, I don't know if it'll be fun or not, but it'll be interesting. So this is where he was arrested. We've been taking a tour of Davis, right? So why not? Let's go see where he was arrested. Davis looks like a really cool place. I will say that. Davis definitely looks like a very cool town. All right, let's check out. So he was arrested here, right? So there's Pine Lane and Colby Drive. So let's see if we can find. Let's see. So he was arrested. Here's Pine and Colby. I think he was arrested right here. I think this is where he was arrested. So. Fairly residential, right? Nice neighborhood. So he was arrested either on this corner or this corner. We'll have to look at the... well, hold on. I can rewind it a little. Let me see. I'll go back and see when... All right, hold on. I'm just going back to see the body cam. If I can see the... Okay, yep. Okay, so there's the... All right. So there's the... okay, I got it now. So see that... Oh, no. So see this... he was arrested right here. So I'm looking back at our stream, and he was literally like arrested right here. Let's see. He's standing like right there. So I'm looking back at our stream, and he's standing right here. He's right here. So that's where he was arrested. And then he's sitting down, I think, right by that fire hydrant. So pretty cool. All right. So that's all I have for you today. Thank you guys for joining us as always. Thank you to our wonderful Aaron for putting together this images and the stream. Thank you everybody for coming in, and thank you to our chat. You guys are fantastic. Thank you to our mods. We have the best mod squad on the planet, and I'm not just saying that because I do love them. They do a lot for us on the behind the scenes, and you guys are treating them very, very nicely, and we appreciate that. Before I let you go, Slim's back there. Slim's jamming on he's got a new guitar. So, all right. So good night to everybody. Thank you guys for joining us. Drunky and Dwayne, Baca, Alice, thank you so much. You guys are the best. Missy, so glad you made it home. Thank you for letting us know. Just Shamrock, everybody that was in our chat today. C. Morales, thank you so much for being with us. Let's see, who else? Green-Eyed Cat. I'm sure I missed a lot of you. Susie, thank you for joining us. Irish Amy, you guys are the best. We will see you tomorrow. Now, tomorrow, don't forget, we're going to be doing, we're going to pick up, obviously, on this, day 10. But if you guys were with us for Ingolf Turek, his sentencing is tomorrow. That's in the same courthouse as Karen Reed. Oh, there's Super Bowl. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, meow, 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 meow. Oh, tell me all about it. Oh, tell me all about it. Do you want to say hello? Yeah, okay. Okay, that's a good girl. Yeah, I know. Do you like our chat? Tell me all about it. All right, so anyway, so we're going to be dual streaming tomorrow. So if you were watching the Ingolf Turek trial with us, it's in the same courtroom, is in the same courthouse, and was in the same courtroom as Karen Reed. So that was in April before Karen started. His sentencing is tomorrow. So while Karen is going on, his sentencing is going to be somewhere in that same courthouse. So fingers crossed that they will stream it. Hopefully we'll get that stream, because I would like to see that to the end. So anyway, yeah, her meows. She's a cutie. Yeah, that's all I know. Oh my goodness. Hi. Yes. All right, guys, with that, I will leave you. Have a good night. Dual streaming tomorrow, and we will see you tomorrow at 12:15 for this trial, and then Turek is at 2 o'clock. So fingers crossed that we will, they will show it. In Gulf we trust. Nice one, Drunky. All right, guys. Love you guys. Have a great night. Make sure you take care of yourselves. Do something good for yourselves, for your pets, your loved ones, all that good stuff. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.